How's it going, everyone? We are now live, and I would like to welcome those who are watching, people who are subscribed to my channel, and like to welcome you guys to Volume 6 of the Sci-Fi Society podcast. And as always, joining me are pretty much some of the founding fathers of this live stream, which is Gojira851, Matt Jacobson, and Big Walt, Jedi Granville, and our newest guest and member to the Sci-Fi Society, Anthony Jordan. And
Hello.
how's it going? And since you guys already know, for the Sci-Fi Society, you guys already know Jedi Granville, already know Gojira851, and since anybody who's new watching this stream and my channel, Anthony Jordan also has his own channel, and it's called Anthony Jordan Movies and More. And just elaborate on your channel, Anthony, before we get started on this podcast.
I just came about. It came about one day. I kept watching reviews, and it just decided, no one's going to talk about the movies I want the way I want them. So even though I just had my phone at the time, I'm like, you know what? I'll stick the camera in front of me, talk about how I feel about the movie, and I've been doing it ever since.
Oh, that's great, man. And like I said, I'm subscribed to your channel, and I enjoy a lot of your channel, especially Montober, because you're pretty much a very big enthusiast on horror, but not actually uncommon and unfamiliar with sci-fi and Godzilla, Gundam, video games. So anybody else who's watching, and if you would like, go over to his channel and hit that subscribe button for Anthony Jordan, his channel, Anthony Jordan Movies and More. So besides that, guys, since now we're live, let's get straight to this discussion on Mobile Suit Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. So I want to give it first to my boy Gojira851, because it was pretty iffy for him, and I really do appreciate his honesty on the series. And pretty much on, basically, you already know, Matt, just basically talk about what you did like about it, what you didn't like about it, and we'll shift from person to person. We'll start with you, then we'll jump to Jedi Granville, then we'll go to Anthony Jordan, and then I'll go last. So just let us have it, man. What's your opinion on it? And I know it's not for everyone, but just explain and just let us know what you thought of it.
Okay, so everybody knows me as a giant Godzilla fan. Okay, I don't hide from this, but also I'm a huge fan of Gundam. I love Gundam all the way back from 0079 all the way up until Endless Waltz, which is after Gundam Wing. After that, I kind of fell off. And they've released several series afterwards. You got Turna, you got Gundam X, you've got Unicorn, all these other ones. And for years, I've been hearing about Iron Blood and Orphans. And yeah, I'll watch that. Never happened. Then eventually, the topic came up. And we're about to start watching it. And I'm like, okay, I'll give it a watch, for the show. And, I'll sit down and watch this. And I watched a few episodes, and I kind of tapped out on the 5th episode. I don't think it was even the 5th episode. I don't remember. It's not for me. All right, there's just something about it that I just don't. Maybe I'm just not a big fan of anime anymore. Because there's a lot of things that are anime related nowadays that I just don't care for. I'm also a big fan of The Witcher as well. I enjoy the show. I love the live action, but they made an animated film or animated series, to go along with it on Netflix. I won't watch it. Now, Castlevania, I watched that, and I'm a huge fan of Castlevania, so I watched those. I still need to finish the last two seasons, so I want they kill Dracula. Oh wait, spoilers, better leave that alone. But anyway,
I ain't watched it.
But as far as what I saw, I can't name any music from it. Where with the other Gundam series, don't quote me, I can't remember all the songs from it, but I can actually think of the Goof Custom theme song from 8th MS Team. There's the song Endless Whisper from Careless Whisper. That's the original opening theme song from The Wing. It's like I remember songs from there. I don't really remember anything from this series. The designs of the mobile suits are good. I've seen them all before, though. So, and then the thing with the little Ed 209 digger things, which just okay. The characters, I like the Okay, so I'm also a big fan of G Gundam, okay, which is pretty much Street Fighter with Gundams, pretty much. And they completely revamped the entire Gundam series. They're not in cockpits. Controls, you control your hands. They actually have these like suits actually, fold over them like big rubber, hazmat suits pretty much. So they fight in those. And it's like a mobile Tracy, but we can get into that later if you want. So I'm not against them changing, the overall thing of Gundam. But it kind of took the humanity away from it with the humans controlling the mobile suits when they have all these augmentations done to them. And then, they're having, brain aneurysms trying to pilot these mobile suits. It's like these things can be almost picked up by anyone and used. That's why it's so easy for them to go to war. And why the whole idea of automated mobile suits in later series, actually, became, a big no-no because, you take humanity out of it. In a way, I felt it took humanity out of it, so I just wasn't a fan. Will I pick it up again? Maybe. Maybe you guys will change my mind, but that's pretty much me. So, yeah.
All right. So, well, I mean, that was like I said, it's always when it comes to Gundam, I mean, there's so many different styles, so many different variations of Gundam, so many different series. I mean, Gundam spans back to like 40 years. I mean, since almost the early 80s, maybe even the late 70s. So it's like it's real easy for people to always pick and choose when it comes to Gundam. And that's kind of like with me, but anyways, but like I said, we'll jump to Anthony, and we want to, I want to get his opinion on it, and we all want to get his opinion on it, and then from there we'll jump straight to Jedi Granville. So take it away, Anthony.
I was kind of mixed at first. It did some things I liked, like watching the battles. It was actually cool to see the Gundam as this not ultimate weapon anymore, provided the pilot is skilled enough. That Gundam will not get you through the fight, and I kind of liked that this went to the pilot being a little more important. I was kind of mixed on the suit designs, like the Barbatos. I thought there were some places where the proportions were just a little too narrow compared to the rest of the suit. But I always thought what kept saving it was how brutal the battles are. These aren't the battles that hold punches. Like, even when you see pilots and other Gundams get downed, in this one, it was more of a brutal process. And even it showed how that is with the pilots. Like, one of the first fights with the Barbatos, where that Gallarhorn pilot was wanting an honorable duel, and when it ends, the main character just shoots and kills him without any remorse. And it shows the first Gundam where it shows that, yeah, this is the psychological effect that this type of warfare would actually have on kids. It's not your typical Gundam Wing or even Gundam 0079, which I love both those series, but where the war doesn't have too much psychological effect on them, where this, as the series goes on, like our main character and certain other ones, like the war does just push them over the edge. I'll admit, I found the music kind of hit or miss. Some scenes it worked, some scenes it didn't. And it did feel in some cases kind of like a Gundam greatest hits, but I feel like they improved on things like I can't think of her name now, but the woman they're escorting to Earth. I thought she was a much more practical and believable and less naive version of Rolina Peacecraft from Gundam Wing, because this one, she was at least willing to step up and, okay, even though this is what I believe, we have to stand and fight here. It's not my favorite Gundam series, but it surprised me with a lot of what it did, so there you go.
Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, you were talking about Cordelia Ina Bernstein. Yeah, you were talking about Cordelia, and yeah, I mean, you know what? That's a great point, man. Just comparing her to Peacecraft, Relina, was it Relina? Yeah, Relina. Relina Peacecraft, and I mean, like, yeah, you're right. I mean, Cordelia was still kind of naive, but she was more determined to actually push over the rights bill for Mars to be able to govern itself. You know what I mean? That's and I know that's what you mean. So no, yeah, but that's, like I said, that's another great opinion on so far with Mobile Suit Gundam Iron Blooded Orphans. Anthony, I really appreciate that, man. So now we'll jump over to Big Wall, Jedi Granville, and like I said, man, we'll still move from person to person to give more, to elaborate more on the series as it goes from the first 5 to maybe the next 5 episodes. So just so we can break it down real quick. So just give us that opinion. Well,
Okay.
throw it at
Now,
us, man.
like I say, I'm into anime, but I've never really been a Gundam fan myself. I mean, I've heard it multiple times in the past, and like I say, it's pretty cool design and everything. This is actually my first time seeing a Gundam style show. I've never really saw no series at all. This is my actual first one watching, and like I say, the first episode, I was thinking like, okay, what is this? I mean, it's showing these two characters, going on, and then it's like it goes to something else. Flash forward, and I was just kind of like, okay, am I going to enjoy this or not at all? But as the progression of it, I keep watching each episode. I was like, okay, I'm starting to get into it more, and in just a few episodes I saw, I was like, okay, I guess I can really tolerate. When I say tolerate, I really can say energize my imagination and say, okay, this is going somewhere, even though I don't know the mythology, the mythos of Gundam in any kind of way. But it is, like I say, so far from what I'm watching, and it's like, I mean, and me as a person who just has a grand imagination anyway, it fills me with a lot of, just, oh, wow, this is like something I've never thought that I would get into, because like I say, never seen any kind of Gundam, type of shows, and whatnot. And just like I said, I know about it, but never read up on it or anything like that. So for me, it's decent, I mean, I've seen some other Mays, that, be honest with you, a little bit better, but I'm not gonna tolerate it, put it like that, because it's got its good points where I will enjoy. The one thing I will say, let me make this quick. The one thing that I'd say it was I couldn't stand it, to a point, is the two lead female characters, that's Cordelia and Ultra, and their fame for Mika. I'm like, dude, y'all. To me, seeing these two characters, man, look, when Ultra actually says to Cordelia, like, you're part of the family now, and everything. And then she automatically just imagine saying, oh my God, if that's the way it is, we might have Mika get us pregnant. But at the same time, I'm like, how did you feel that? What mindset is this going to that you think that so quickly? I'm like, what the hell? I'm just like, I almost wanted to turn that off at that point, but I was like, no, I stopped myself and realized this is the thing I have to realize. The characters that are on the ship and everything that Mika's powering this particular Gundam, I have to remind myself, these are nothing but kids. You know, they're adolescents. I'm not for sure if Cordelia's like maybe close to 18 or over, but I know the rest of them are pretty much teenagers and children. So I have to remind myself, children are going to think like that. But those two girls, I mean, it's like y'all are doing something good, but somehow you're doing it for the wrong reasons, you know, because when Mika's involved, it's like, that's what you're doing it for. Just come on, man. You know, in the past, I probably would have tolerated it more, but dude, I mean, come on now. You know, I mean, that's just me though. But other than that, those are the only two things that I can say I have a problem with. But the rest of the show, I can say I'm ready for more of it. You know, so when the time comes, you know, I get back into it. You know, it's pretty decent. It's pretty decent.
Yeah, and then we got Eric Glasgow. Gundam Iron Blood is about war, children, soldiers, and history. Like, yep, there we go. And what's up, Eric, man? I haven't seen you in a while. I haven't talked to you in a while, man. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, you just said it in the comment right there, man. I mean, child soldiers. You know, just like Anthony elaborated, you know, earlier when we were, you know, prepping for this stream. And yeah, no, thank you, Walter. That was it's you know what, man? Yeah, that Cordelia and Atra, like, really, like, you know, having a love triangle with Mikazuki, man, was that you know what? I'm not gonna lie, that did kind of throw me off too in the beginning. It kind of made me like, you know, wow, you know, doing this, but then again, just like the exact same opinion and the exact same thought that you said was, these children don't really have any real people to look up to. They don't have real role models. They don't have any people to guide them or to tell them, you know, what's right from wrong, how to think, things about, you know, the opposite sex, you know, even knowing like, you know, how to approach people or how to be top manners, because a lot of these kids, remember, are very illiterate. They're very illiterate, and that's why they have that special surgery that they have, that they get. The majority of those kids that become child soldiers are pretty much indentured servants, or they're actually sold as human debris. They have to get they put them through this process, through this surgery called it's called the Alea Vignana system.
Yeah.
And it's pretty much something to help them, since they can't read, they can't write, they're not educated. That's why they implant the Alea Vignana system into their spinal cord as children. So instead of having to read directions or anything like that, they get connected directly to either a mobile suit or a mobile worker, and they can operate it by just with spatial awareness and using their nervous system within their brain and their spine and all that stuff. So, I mean, that's why they have those. That's why any of the people who buy these children as slaves, or as, you know, like Eric Glasgow put it, you know, child soldiers, or pretty much human shields. That's why they make them have this surgery, so they can be useful. They can be, you know, they can actually do work, or they can, you know, work under whatever company they work for, especially on Mars, because Mars is also known to be a very it's not really governed very well, and it's like you can honestly say that it's, you know, just like any kind of you know, dictatorship or anything like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you know, and that's what I mean. So, like, just to, like I said, to go from, like, for me to start off with the first to the fifth episode, we were introduced to Mikazuki, to Orga, Ita, and to a few other of the CGS children that work there for this company that's a security company. But, you know, and their tasks with escorting Cordelia Ina Bernstein to Earth, because she's the so-called maiden of revolution. She's the young woman who wants to, you know, make right, and and to give Mars a chance for them to govern themselves and to make it an independent, you know, planet or independent government. wherever they're at, on Crise or any part on Mars. So long story short, Mika and Orga, they set something up, they're ordered to escort her, but then they get attacked by this military outfit, this military, overall like just organization called Gallerhorn. And Gallerhorn pretty much is, I'm just gonna say what Gallerhorn is both, man. It's corrupt, yet they try to do what's right for Earth.
Yeah.
They're based on Earth. Gallerhorn is based on Earth, and they're like you said, there's a lot of corruption in this, and I know Anthony knows it. I know you know it. Corruption, freaking assassination, freaking like political bullshit is all in this series, and that's what I like about it. That's what pushed me. That's what I really loved about it, because it's not only the little things that I didn't like, which I agree with Anthony Jordan, and I agree with Jedi Granville, that the music, man, the music was just wow. Like, to me, it didn't go with it. To me, it just didn't go with the style of Gundam. It didn't go with it. You know what I mean? So, but also what Gojira 51 said, it's like the reality of Gundam based on the fantasy aspect of it. It's true. Like you really want that Gundam to, or the connection or the story to be a little bit more for the whole Gundam in general. But like you said, but this one they talk about more about what the humans do either on Mars or on Earth with Gallerhorn, and I do agree with what me and Matt had talked about earlier. If a mobile suit is cool as hell, and it can actually battle a Gundam and survive, that's sick. That's badass.
Right.
You know what I mean? And but like just said, just so I can finish up on that, I'll just say that so we can move on. Is that like, okay? So then going to episode 5. Episode 5. That's when Orga and Mikazuki decide to take matters into their own hands, because they were betrayed, and they were they're pretty much used as human shields, and they're going to be abandoned and left to die. They hatched their own plan, and the owner of the CGS, I forgot his name. I think it's Maruba. He had found an actual Gundam frame from the Calamity War in the lower parts of the CGS compound. And he ended up using it, and they ended up reprogramming it and using the Alea system for Mika, so we can use it, because Gallerhorn was pretty much going to wipe out all the CGS remaining, especially the children. So they hatch a plan. They use the Alea system, hook it up to Barbatos, which is probably the baddest fucking Gundam in this freaking series, and Mikazuki decides to pilot it, has to realize that this thing is the neural transmitters and the neural load from this Gundam is like can actually mess up your nervous system. So what they did was he was able to withstand it. He ended up saving the rest of the CGS, and he wiped out a Graze, an actual mobile suit called a Graze from Gallerhorn, wiped it out. And the first time he just busted out of the compound, the underground compound from the CGS, and then ended up battling 2 other Grazes, and they had to retreat because they didn't realize that this not only was this pilot a child, but it was also a child that had the Alea Vijnana system, surgically implanted into his spine. So just for that part, man, I mean, that's the badass part. And then jumping to Cordelia. They try to hatch a plan, try to make some contacts to be able to find a person that will guide them, or guide them safely to Earth, so Cordelia can do whatever she has to do when it comes to giving Mars some sovereignty and an actual governing power. So now, like I said, I'll move it back down to Gojira 51. And Gojira, this time I want to just know your thoughts on Barbatos and some of the mobile suits that that were either so or what that weren't to your liking. So that's something I just want to ask you about that.
Before we go there, little shout out to Lil Loki in the chat. How you doing?
What's up, little Loki?
Okay.
Okay,
Also,
all right.
Eric Losco says, can I recommend an older mecha anime for you guys to watch after Iron Blood? Okay, the anime is called VOTOMS. Votoms. I think it was before the OG Gundam anime, mainly because Votoms uses the term new type. I have heard of that. I have not seen that one.
Never heard of it. That's
yeah. But so many things to watch. I'll get into that. But
Cool.
Barbatos, I love the look of it. And I do, but something that always bothers me in my mind is when you have a suit or you have something that big using a melee weapon made out of steel. I know it's fantasy. You're supposed to it's unbreakable pretty much. I'm pretty sure something happens in the future. We'll see what happens. Maybe I start watching this again. But when I see a mobile suit use it, that's why I always like beam sabers. They're small and they create like a full sword, or like with the Gelgug, it has just a staff and it has two beams that comes out. It's like I always like to beam sabers for weapons. Like in the original Gundam series, the Dom actually has like a heat sword. It's actually a long rod that actually heats up, which in theory it's cool, in practice it's cool, but imagine just one simple little thing bumping that and breaking it, and then you just got this big old piece of crap hanging on your back. One of my favorite mobile suits of all time is the Goof, or the Goof Custom, and they carry a sword, like a real full-on sword, and one of them, it heats up and it's really cool, but imagine if that breaks. Imagine trying to have to stop during a war to have to reforge a sword that's almost half the size of the building, pretty much.
Yeah.
So I always found it impractical, but they made it look really good in what I saw for Barbatos. The other mobile suits, the thing that I remember is their main compound was being invaded by a rival military group. There were these two guys. They were driving around. They almost run over one of the kids, and they're actually in charge of the rival military group. And their suits were nice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to sound like a snob, but I've seen better. And you can't beat a Zaku. The original MS-06. You can't beat that. Okay, I know they try to do something a little differently with this, but I guess I am kind of snob in a way. I like the old one. So you got the Leo suits from the Gundam Wing, which I liked more. So just okay. But once I start watching this again, you guys are starting to convert me. I might start watching this again. I thought I was tapped out and done with it, but it sounds a lot more interesting. Maybe I should start over and give this another watch. So, yeah, that's me.
That's no problem, man. I mean, it's like I said, it's it's you're never gonna beat the classics, man. You're never gonna beat the Zaku. You're never gonna beat the the 72 whatever. And those I do remember, and I do like those. And it's just I guess because I mean that's probably like it's reverse with me, you know what I mean? Because it's I actually like the fact that in this series the Gundam use they actually use hardened steel weapons like the mace. They use axes. They use spears. They use giant pistols. They use giant giant pistols. Freaking sniper rifles, machine guns. And I'm like, man, that's. But it's it's crazy because they're not they're not plasma based, or they're not energy based. Not all of them, but I guess that's what I like about it, because it's something different. But I mean, Gojira's right. You're not gonna beat the classics, man. You're not gonna beat the saber swords. You're not gonna beat like a lot of those like the plasma shooters, the guns, like the guns that that they always what's that gun called? Gojira 5-1, the one where you hold it on the bottom and you hold it to the side and he shoots it.
That's a beam rifle.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah, that. We didn't see what?
Well, in the original series, they used bullets as well. It's when they discovered, because originally in the original series, plasma-based weapons, they only felt they could only be equipped to battleships. They never thought that they could ever condense it down to where a mobile suit could use it. So when they came up with the beam rifle for the RX-78, it was like finding a Ferrari, back in the Stone Age, pretty much. It blew everybody's mind. It's like, how is that little mobile suit over there firing a warship class weapon? So I understand what you mean, but they did use ballistic. But they used rocket launchers, they used machine guns. It's funny, the original gun for the Zakin actually looked like a Thompson submachine gun, because it had a drum magazine.
Yeah.
So they did use bullets back then, but then you had bullets, firing up against a Gundam. They're just like throwing peas at a full-grown human. It's like they were just bouncing off like nothing happened. So they had to develop, plasma weapons for Zeon as well, which makes you think, how did they quickly come up with something that much, that works like I guess it wasn't really as powerful as the Gundam beam rifle, because that could like one shot pretty much anything. Where like a Gala, that was the first mobile suit in for Zeon where they had plasma based weapons, and they weren't really that good, but up and down. So there's that. So I didn't mean to cut you off. Just wanted to just throw out that they used bullets back then as well.
No problem.
I was gonna say, can I add something to that though, real quick?
Go ahead.
Like I say, I'm going to say knowledgeable. I knew of Gundam, but that's what I was kind of expecting in this series to see and happen with Joe was talking about. They using these guns and everything. I was expecting them swords, to come out, to be in play and everything. I was expecting to see that kind of stuff. I wasn't expecting to see him using, like I say, some kind of axe type weapon, something that's, physically, there, tangible and everything. I wasn't expecting that. I was thinking that it was going to show something similar to that from past series or anything like that. But I mean, it wasn't disappointing, but I would just kind of say, well, I thought, maybe one, at least I would see a, sword just pop out and do whatever, but I mean, like, as I say, I'm not, too familiar with what goes on gadget wise as far as these things go, but I mean, I guess as a series progress, maybe I might see that, or if I get into some other Gundam type series, maybe I'll see that also. So I will see,
That's a good question. That's a real good question, because, like you said, you're not really in tune, and you're not very into Gundam, or really never got a chance to see it. So that's that's something that anybody would. If I didn't see Gundam that much, because I would ask the same question, because I'm still it's been a long time that I've seen the very first Gundam, because I have Netflix, and I've revisited it a little bit, but I'm still not. I still have to go through a whole season, especially for for Gundam part 1. So I would have to really do more research on that to just to refresh my memory. But no, yeah, that's that's a good question though. Well, but yeah, okay, so as far as weapons, though, yeah, that's a that was a good question that I'll keep elaborating on. So, Anthony Jordan, give us your opinion on what you thought about the weapons and some of the mobile suits that weren't Gundam frames.
I enjoyed a lot of the mobile suits that weren't Gundam frames. I thought that while they did their own things, they did have a very like Zeon nod to them. Like, if you were to tweak some of these designs and put them in the original series, they wouldn't look out of place. The weapons I thought were kind of cool too, and I loved the fact that they just didn't keep resting on the same few. weapons, like how the Gundam Barbatos started out with that massive sword, but he got smaller swords throughout the series. I kind of felt watching it that maybe two swords similar to like Sandrock from Gundam Wing would have been more suited for Barbatos, but nonetheless, it was cool that they just kept introducing new weapons, so it did kind of make me feel a little bit like the original Gundam, where the RX-78 was just that versatile of a mobile suit. He had the beam sabers. The sabers can turn into the lances. He had the with the rocket launcher, the beam rifle, the mace, and as far as the weapons go, I thought it was cool that they went by that, where the Gundam doesn't have the same loadout every time.
Yeah, no, yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good point, Anthony. I mean, like you said, like what Jirat said, mentioned earlier about the beam rifle, and then the RX-70, RX-72 is like, I mean, those are you can never like beat the original. You can never beat the classics, man. It's always gonna be. That's always going to be, like I said, that's the standard, and that's what everybody's going to remember about Gundam. And Anthony had the good pointers on, what that now that I think about it, Anthony, that's right, that's kind of true, man. Because usually, not in every episode it changed, but in the Iron-Blooded Orphans, a lot of even the melee weapons would become different. They would go from like an axe to like a big axe to like a hatchet, like a Viking hatchet. You know what I mean?
Right.
And they would go from like small. They would go from like a small head, or like a small axe, to like a bigger axe. And then, I mean, but and it's crazy. Like I agree with you, Anthony. But man, I swear, bro, in my opinion, nothing's gonna beat Barbatos' mace.
No.
Nothing's gonna beat Barbatos' mace, man. I mean, that thing is.
No,
I mean, wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, and now, speaking of that, the preacher, Linwood, my boy Linwood, welcome, my brother, to Volume 6 of the Sci-Fi Society, and we're glad to have you, my brother.
Nice to meet you, Linwood, for the first time. I think this is the first time we're podcast together, or just speaking to one another.
Yeah, man. Yeah, cool. Well, it's good to be here. And I see you've already started, so
yeah, we actually went. I apologize, man. What was that?
So that's the first time I've actually heard Anthony too. He's got some great points, right on point.
Yeah, Anthony. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are already acquainted or friends on Facebook with Anthony Jordan, because he also has his own channel. He has his own YouTube channel. It's called Anthony Jordan Movies and More, and he pretty much reviews. He does reviews and talks about pretty much everything. Science fiction, horror is his specialty, but he talks about pretty much everything. Godzilla. Who here isn't a Godzilla fan? Everybody's. If somebody would be in this stream and wasn't a Godzilla fan, I'll kick motherfucker out.
They got to go. Sorry, they got to go. You can't kill Godzilla. You got to go. I'm sorry.
Yeah, man. But okay, hold up. Speaking of that, we got Lone Wolf Ronin just hit us up right when Preacher Linwood.
Lone Wolf.
Yeah, what up, motherfuckers? Sorry for jumping in so late. Hope y'all are well.
Oh man.
Hey, it's good to have you guys, man. We got Little Loki, we got Eric Glasgow, who's also a big time Gundam and mech movie fan.
Oh man,
it's good. We got Lone Wolf, Lone Wolf Ronin on here. So yeah, so now that the preacher, every group needs the wise man, the wizard, in the group. So we got we'll get to you, Jedi Granville, but since Linwood just jumped in, Linwood, just elaborate real quick, because like I said, man, we didn't do 25. We didn't do the whole 25 episodes for the first season because it's just that's a fuckload of that's a fuckload
long, bro.
But yeah, but just give us just a quick first opinion and reaction to what you thought about Mobile Suit Gundam Iron Blooded Orphans.
Well, I've watched it in the past. Okay, it's been a while, so I had to go back and revisit. But I have to say, I mean, listen, you can't beat the original Gundam, Mobile Suit Gundam. I mean, it's a given. We all know this. But what I like about, and I think this show, the first impressions for me is, and every Gundam does this, but they really delved into the characters.
Yeah.
So if you look at, Orga and Miyazaki, okay, the main two characters. They were the main focus. But what I liked is the show talked about the other young people that were there.
Yeah.
And they got into about their life. And I like because and every Gundam show does this pretty much. There's always something about political. Okay.
Yeah.
And you know who the clowns are. And you know the ones that are the oppressors, and you know the ones that want to be liberated for their own, so it's like that all the time. In any faction that you see, even in life, I like the way that represents that. It represents the fact that, you have those that are the oppressors, but there's always somebody that wants to fight for freedom.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
I love because, and I'm going to get to the mechs, but I love the fact that they grew up each episode.
Yeah.
When Orca became the leader, it's like that was one step. He has an arc. He starts out as one way, but as the show goes on, he ends up another way. And so when he became the leader, he decided, listen, he said, why are you so stoic? Why are you always pushing? Because Miyazaki always pushes. Ever since they were kids, he looked at him and he looked at him and said, what are we going to do now? So if you're going to say that, he said, listen, I've got to keep myself composed as a leader. And so, the saying in Dune, what do they say? Leaders aren't, some leaders are called, but at the end of the day, they're called to be a leader. And Orca was called to be that leader for the orphans themselves. And so I like that. I like the fact that the young lady grew up because she came from rich, privileged. But when she seen how they went through, she said, wait a minute, I see a whole new perspective. So now I have to now become the woman that I was called to be. If I'm going to be able to do negotiations, I've got to become more than what I am now. Because if she wouldn't have went through that, the negotiations would have never worked. Okay, she wouldn't be able to talk to anybody if she didn't go through with them. So I enjoyed that about all of them. The young man, the one dude, and I forget his name right now, but he finally found his brother, but in bad circumstance.
Akihiro,
yeah. That broke my heart when I saw that. I was like, oh, you got to be kidding me. You know what I mean? It's like, and what I like about it, even through all that, Orca and all of them said, you know what? We're going to try to save him anyway. And see, instead of them just becoming killers or just useless pieces of meat, they became a family. So there's a lot to this show. We know the mech part is awesome, but it was about how they grew as a family.
Yeah.
And how they were making decisions at such a young age. And then what gets it is, now how do you pronounce the I call them the snobs, the guys that they're trying to get freedom from.
Gallarhorn.
Thank you. So the Gallarhorns, my thing is with them, those kids were whooping the Gallarhorns who were supposed to be militarily trained and they're supposed to be this and they're supposed to be that. Those kids had more guts than they did in a lot of ways. But my boy Miyazaki, man, let me tell you something. What I like about him out of any of the Gundams, his way of where he moved. Because see, you don't teach that. That's his natural ability. For you to be able to jump in a Gundam and never touch it, that's natural ability. Period. And that kid, and I love his character because even though he couldn't read, he was thinking. But the thing about it, he still had more wisdom than most guys that had that have all the teaching in the world. Let's just keep it a buck. It's the truth. And the
Yeah.
fights are just amazing. I love the fights. I
Mhm.
love the guns. You know that, and I think Anthony touched on it. I love that they use, like you said, they switch weapons. It wasn't the
Yeah.
same weapon every time. It was
Yeah.
what was needed for that particular battle, and then they switched over. Because I love the one scene where they were in the asteroid field, and he had that real long gun,
Mhm.
and he was
Yeah.
shooting from a distance. They couldn't believe he was using that from there. That's what I'm talking about. Is that they really took the time in that story and wrote it in a way that it made sense. It just
Yeah.
wasn't typical. You know, we know what they're going to use next time. No, you don't know what they're going to use. You don't know what they're going to
Yeah.
do, and so
Exactly.
that makes it different. And I love the guy with all the wives. I'm sorry, he was killing me
Oh, yeah.
with the hammerhead chip,
Oh
all the
yeah,
wives
and
he had.
Naze Turbin. Naze Turbin. Yeah, Naze
Yo,
Turbin. Yeah.
Nazi man used, and what I liked about it is though, all those wives he used them to pilot the ship. They all had skills,
Yeah.
and that was just. I mean, so as a whole, this show had a lot and has a lot to it. People don't realize it. Out of all the Gundams that I've dealt with and I've watched in my time, even the one Wing I love, you know, in the original mobile suit. This reminded me more of the original mobile suit because when Armoro started out, he didn't know what he was doing, but he grew into it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This young man that's piloting the Barbaros, okay? He's growing into it. He's becoming better every time. It was natural instinct. Now he's starting to do more thinking, strategy. So I just love the fact that in this show, and we know we want to see the robot fight, yes, but it's the people that made the difference for me. I loved
Yeah.
how they all developed. They had a story. They have a story arc. They have a beginning, they have a middle, and they'll have an end. It's like a hero's journey to a degree. So
Right.
Yeah.
I just loved it. Like I said, it's a good show. That's my thoughts on it. It's just a great show, and it has a lot to it. It really does.
No, yeah, no, hey man, like shit, bro. I mean, you pretty much like you pretty much they put me to the you pretty much put me in the corner, bro. I mean, I wish I could have explained it, explain my Iron Blood Orphans that good when I first started, man. Because I haven't done a stream, I haven't done a stream in so long, man. I'm so rusty. It's like not even funny, bro. Even to think about what to say. And I watched this, and I love this series. And yeah, no, but your
Yeah,
points and everything you elaborated on was fucking spot on, bro. And you're right. I mean, it you know what, I'll agree with you with this. Before I jump to Walter, I'll agree with this, man. And you had a good point. They actually focused on not just one or two or three characters. They focused on
Mhm.
four,
yes,
5, 6 characters, 7 characters. That's what makes Gundam so good, because you can always there's always different characters that you can either jump on board with, or you can just throw off the motherfucking boat. So it's
Right.
like, I mean, you
right.
can do like, yeah, you can do both. Like and then what I like about this series too is there's some motherfuckers that are on this, like some of the characters that you just love to fucking hate them, bro. You want them to die, like you want
Yeah,
them to
I was gonna say
fucking.
that. That one dude, I think Century, the one dude that the Gala, there was the two guys, the blonde haired one and they work together.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah,
You notice in that even with the the villains of the story, the one that had the blonde hair, he had more common sense and compassion than the other one that had the blue hair. If that makes sense what I'm getting at. Because
Mhm.
yeah,
he had respect for those guys, for those kids. He knew they were good. But that other one over there, he was like, oh, they're a bunch of rats. I'm like, and for his for him, that would ultimately be his downfall because he
yeah,
never respected them. Where others that knew it, even the general that gave his life in the beginning,
yeah,
he had
Mhm.
respect. Respect is what's important, and
yeah.
that's how you are able to deal with your enemy or fight alongside somebody. So yeah, them guys was beating them kids up and stuff, man. They was a bunch
Yeah.
of jerks, and
And
they
then there
needed
No,
they
was
yeah,
needed
the
to get brought back.
masked guy who was just manipulating it for himself from the start.
Yes, yes,
yeah.
Anthony, yes.
Montauk. Yeah, Montauk. And yeah, you're right. And oh, just to for real
So
quick, guys, I wanted to say thank you Introvol and AIC Comics for joining the stream, man. Appreciate it. And Lethal One. Yeah, I know you brought with the video games, bro. I know Lethal One, man. Those are some of Anthony Jordan's homeboys, and thanks a lot for
Oh.
joining the stream, man. And yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, Linwood, yeah, that's a good point, man. So now I'll just, like I said, well, I'll finish it, before we jump back to to Gojira 51 for some final thoughts, our final turnaround.
Mhm.
Yeah, man. Gallarhorn, McGillis, that motherfucker, bro. He fucks with your mind, bro. He fucks
Yes.
with your mind, dude.
Yes, he does.
Kind of like Zar. I'm pretty sure Gojira agree with this. Kind of like Zar, man. Zar was a mother. He always used this before he used his goddamn freaking before he used his Zaku, bro. Zar always used his mind
Yeah, Chernobyl. Yeah.
first, man. And he even with like that's what I liked about it. And McGillis, if you notice, McGillis is kind of like taking that character, taking a little bit of that character,
Yeah,
and using
right.
it as his own. But I mean, McGillis, bro, McGillis is a fucking conniving, cunning, fucking crazy motherfucker, bro. Like that dude is like, you know what? I can use everybody to my advantage. Why just use certain people when I can use everyone to my advantage? You know what I mean? But yeah, but I'll what was that? What's your F1?
We got Chad Milton in the chat as well. Welcome.
What's up, Chad?
Hey,
Thanks for
what's up, Chad?
thanks for stopping by and joining the stream, man. Like, thanks for joining.
8 likes.
Cool.
Thank you.
Oh,
Okay.
thanks a lot, man. Hey, appreciate that, guys. 8 likes. I really appreciate that. And okay, now let's get to Walt, because he's dying to speak. He's dying to say something because he's like,
My man,
smiling.
Go ahead, Walter.
I'm listening to
All right.
Linwood, but he brought up some good, excellent points about about this show. I mean, as I mentioned before, it's a decent show, but that's what I love about the characters in this show, I mean, because everyone's got their own character arc, and one particular one that surprised me the most, and it's like I say, it's something Linwood brought out, it ain't just one or two, it's like, it's multiple. It was, I think his name was Pumpkin. He had the twin sisters, if that's the one. If that's
Biscuit.
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 Yeah.
I'm picking up some kind of bakery or something like that. No, Biscuit. No, no, but seriously, Biscuit. Now, you would think, he's just a throwaway character, but no, he has some purpose because he has these two twin sisters. He looks after them and cares for them and everything. But we find out he has an older brother. All the siblings have an older brother, and
Right.
we find out who he is. And oh, really? Okay. Well, no, I mean, I'm just thinking like, okay, he's got this older brother he hasn't seen in like forever. So, Archer told, we're down here shopping and everything. You ought to go find out where he's at. It's like, and he's kind of nervous because it's like he hasn't seen him in so long. But at the
Right.
same time, the brother, backstabbing son of a bitch, he's doing it for a certain reason. But dude, he's betraying his fucking little brother to the guild, man. I'm like, dude, this your brother. You seriously, you gonna just stab him in the back like that? I mean, and the brother Biscuit, he really can't. Like, he's just scared. He's told off by this. I'm just like, damn. I mean, and I'm just looking at this from just this one episode. I'm like, shit. I mean, I wasn't expecting this. I'm just like, wow. Who would think that you got this character arc and this character arc?
Yes.
You discover that how Ultra and Mika, how they met up, how he saved her life and everything. All these
Yes.
things come into play, and I realized it isn't just for show. You're showing that these characters have something to say, where it be Ultra, Olga, can't say the girl's name. Yeah,
Cordelia.
I'm just saying to myself, it's like all these characters, even the guy who found his brother, lost him, then found him. You realize, like, dude, all these people, no matter if they're backstabbers or even if they're, something that they're trying to achieve doing all this, I'm like to myself,
Right.
man, like, I need to know what's going to go down later on when I watch the rest of the series, because it's like something's going to come to, I mean, it's coming to a head now, but it's really going to come to a head when I see the rest of it, So I'm like, I really appreciate that. And I'm like, I just want to throw that out because, dude, if you don't have a strong character, if you don't have strong characters in some shows or stories or whatever, I'm telling you, you're gonna get lost, and that's kind of the reason why I'm glad I'm sticking with it, because if it didn't have that, I would have been lost already. I would have been just throwing it to the curve, you know.
I agree, man. You got some good points, Walter. You know what I mean? It's like what I like what you said though about you got some backstabbing, you got betrayal, you have everything in this show, and what makes it great is that there's twists and turns. It's not cookie cutter.
No.
What? No.
And that's why I said even the Gala, army, there are some people there that got, like I said, they're not all, oh, we're about this and we're about oppressing. Some of them are like, this is ridiculous, But like you said, the twist and turns what makes it. But it's not doing it, like Shyamalan, what's his name, M. Night Shyamalan. Here's the twist. No, there's no.
Right.
The twist, there's a purpose to the twist.
That's it. It's a perp. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. Especially when you're dealing with political intrigue, that makes a difference. And so, man, Walter, you was on point, man. I'm like, you started with that backstabbing rap, and I was like, I forgot about that. I was like, man, because I was sitting there getting hot. I was getting hot under the collar. My daughter said, "You all right?" I said, "Yeah, I'm all right." I said,
but then you notice when Cordelia's maid, was double crossed. I was like,
"No, I know, right?"
Damn,
dude, I was like, "You got to be shitting me right now."
Fumitan, bro. She flipped, bro. She flipped. She was supposed to help her get her. She was supposed to help get her assassinated, but then she ends up gathering feelings for her and freaking ends up loving her like a sister, and ends up taking the bullet for her.
I would never believe that was that kind of character arc was going to this, and I was just like, man, she's been with her for so long, and it's like, you betraying her, but
I know,
there's
right?
a reason for it, though,
But she flipped, man. She flipped. I didn't think she was gonna flip. I thought she was gonna let her get killed. But she flipped, and she got a change of heart. She's like, nah, she took the bullet for her, bro. She took the bullet right in the chest.
Yo,
blood just seeping out from her chest, dude, falling on Cordelia's dress. And and if that doesn't tell you that it's not a brutal anime, dude, with like
right.
I'm telling you, corruption, government, whether it's on Earth or Mars, corruption, assassination, freaking child slavery, everything, bro. It has everything. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know what? When that dude did that to those kids, though, what really got me was the one guy. I call him a big tub of lard. The one that was trying to get.
I know you're talking about.
Yeah, that piece. That piece of trash. When he put those kids through that mess.
Yeah.
And then some of the kids couldn't go through that operation, and then a lot of them, you don't know if they're living or they're dead or what they're dealing with right now. You know what I'm saying? And only Mika and Orca and those guys made it through.
Yeah.
The process of it, and then what burnt me was that the way he did it, like, I gave you food, so I'm, you should be grateful. Kind of like what would happen when Conan met both of them at the end, and he says, "I gave you life. I'm your fault." What? You know what I mean? And so when you look at that, you're like, how can you say that to those kids? And it's not really. And that's why I was rooting for those kids all the way. And I and I love how even the enemies respected them after it was all said and done, with the exception of that one dude, one like a punk rocker.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I wanted him to, when he get that work, you know what I mean? And when he got that work, I was good with it. I was like, all right. But Mika, out of all the characters, I don't know what it is about Mika that draws me to him, because Mika was so calm.
Yeah, his emotions were shut off in a way. Yeah. It's like he was just kind of, very just emotionless if you think about it. And then the thing is, when he first kissed Cordelia, and I was like, maybe there's a breakthrough through this, with this guy, I mean, because then when he was fighting that one guy, the guy had the kind of like the earrings and stuff in his head. he said,
Yeah.
"You're liking this. You're liking this too much," And Mika's actually thinking, "Am I actually liking this?" When he kills and everything. So it's like, yeah, because before, he was just seemed like very stone expression, but in time, it's like it was going to change and everything. So it's like, yeah, that's what I say, dude. It's crazy,
Yeah.
though.
But the best part is, Walter, now check this out. Remember at the very beginning, after the first battle, when all the leaders and stuff were like going to just screw him over and leave and take the money and everything? I love when they captured him and then they walked up to him and said, listen, you have a choice. Y'all can leave, whatever you're going to do, or you can stay with us. But the main one, the leader, was talking all that trash. Mika walked up and just said, and didn't even blink.
I know.
Pow, 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 pow.
Yes,
Over.
dude.
Over.
Dude,
And then he dropped the other guy. Boom, dropped him. Because that's what Mika was trained to do.
Yeah.
And you know what? Don't forget something. That operation, to me, took a lot of the kid out of him. You think about that.
Yeah.
That operation took a lot of the kid out of him. And so that made him more of a hardened, emotionalist person.
Mm-hmm.
But yet he knew what was still right and what was wrong.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Because he was trained, like you say, he was trained as a soldier, but it's like his humanity was kind of taken from him a little bit, and that's probably why he doesn't react to anybody saying, "Oh, that's interesting." He just says, "Well, that's interesting." It's like, all right, and that's okay. I was just like, wow, dude, you have no kind of emotions here at all, and I realized, as you say, he was trained like that,
He's kind of like,
but you still like him.
It's kind of like it kind of reminds me of in the original Star Trek how Spock looks emotionless, but all the emotion is just under the surface, so you have to pay attention.
You got it.
That's true.
No, keep elaborating, Anthony.
Come on, brother.
Because he does show a lot of subtle emotion throughout the series. If you pay attention, even though he doesn't do much, you can tell this really annoyed him, or these guys at manipulative tactics actually do spark the anger in him. So I agree, even though the Alea Vignana took a lot of the child and even emotion out of him, it's still there. You just have to look for it under the surface.
Mm-hmm.
You're right. And like right here, Eric Glasgow has a good. He has some good information on it. It says that's how warlords in Africa brainwash kids as soldiers, as child soldiers.
That's right. He's right.
That's a very good point right there. That's a very good point. And even what he said earlier, I'm sorry, Eric, I wanted to get to that comment that he said that, like in this series, man, a lot of the relationships when something tragic happens, they're very heartbreaking.
Yes, they are.
Like they're very heartbreaking, and like I said, man, all you guys have great points, man. All you guys are on your A game, bro. I'm the one that's not even on my game today. That's for damn sure, man.
We got your back, brother. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, but I especially like I said, Linwood and Gojira and Walter, even Anthony, you guys are on point today, man. And honestly, like now as we get to the final, now as we get to like the to the final finale on of Iron-Blooded Orphans, the first 15 episodes. I mean, actually, what I just really want to talk about, well, like I said, I'll talk last. I'll get to Gojira, but I want to give Gojira a question because, like I said, he only watched a certain amount of them. But I wanted to ask Gojira about like what was your difference? I mean, for overall Gojira, like for the episodes you saw, what is it that really that you like? What is it that you actually like the most, and what you like the very least? And what would you have wanted to see in this series that say they could have taken out from the original Gundams, like from from Gundam 1 or freaking Endless Waltz, Gundam Wing, the ones you mentioned? What would you want? What? Just give me everything on what I just asked. Like what? Just let me know. Let me have it, man.
See, the way how those stories were told, I feel like they worked for them. This series, Iron Blood Orphans, it just didn't, sit with me. It just didn't click with me the way the original did, or because the original film was almost like World War II in space. I mean, there's kind of like another way that you can look at it as well, kind of like the North versus the South, kind of, like how the Civil War was between in the United States. You can kind of look at it that way, but it's more like World War II in space, where Gundam Wing was more of like a revolutionary story. It's like, a guerrilla combat against, an overly fascist, group, trying to overthrow that, So they all kind of, Chad say, only watch G Gundam. That's like Street Fighter in space, pretty much.
Yeah.
As far as Iron Blood Orphans, as far as changing things, I don't know what I would have changed. I didn't watch as many episodes as you guys had. I think I only watched like 5 of the episodes, and I kind of tapped out. But the way how you guys are describing it, I kind of feel bad that I did that, and I'm going to go back and watch them. And definitely, you guys have really changed my mind on this. If I was to change any. See, again, I can't really change anything. I didn't really watch as many as you guys. So when we come back with the next one, I will watch a lot more of them. I'll have a better answer for you next time.
No problem, man. No problem. That's Nate, man. It's don't feel bad at all, bro. Because I understand, like trust me, this Iron Blooded Orphans and a lot of Gundam series, because there's so many, like I said earlier, there's so many Gundam series, man, that not all of them are gonna click with certain audiences.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah, like not a lot of them are gonna sit well with everybody, and and this one just happened to sit well with me because like I didn't get too much into like Gundam 3. I like the very first one with Amaru and the RX 78 and all that. That was great, with Char and the Zaku's and everything. But like I didn't get into like the third one yet. But I loved Gundam Wing and Endless Waltz. And then I loved Gundam. I loved Gundam Mobile Suit Gundam Unicorn. I loved freaking Gundam Suit Unicorn also. But like I mean, there's so many different types, man. There's so many like different like not genres, but it's always gonna be a sci-fi, sci-fi action drama. It's always gonna be that type of animation. But I mean that's the good thing about it. There's a different type of Gundam series for everyone. That's the cool thing about it.
Right. You're so right.
And now, like I said, we'll get to me last, and but I'll just say now this will be like I said, this will be the final finale for me and Anthony, Walter, and Little. What's up, Gojira, if I won?
First off, 10 likes.
Yes. Thank you.
And
Thank
also
you.
Fanatic in the chat as well. So
what's up there, Prim? All right.
What is up, brother? What's up?
What it is, Phil Fanatic?
How you feeling?
D Film Fanatic has finally made his appearance on the Sci-Fi Society. Been waiting for you, man. Been waiting for you to jump on the stream, bro. But glad you're here now, bro. Glad you're here now. And hey, man, I appreciate it, guys, man. 10 likes. Wow, I did not expect that. I did not expect to have 10 likes and actually 9 people watching. So 9 people are watching, man. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. And okay, so but I was getting back to now we'll just get to, like I said, the finale for for me, Linwood, Big Walt, and Anthony. So now I'm gonna go to Anthony. And now, guys, what I just want to really talk about, since we're gonna just how do you say it, finish it up and wrap it up. I'm just really want to see what you guys thought about the Gundam frames, the overall mobile suits, the characters, as a whole, and just the and your impression on Gallarhorn and the characters. So, Anthony Jordan, take it away, brother. Let us have it on, man, on your finale.
Okay, well, I didn't mention it yet, so I'll bring it up. I did think it was cool that this was kind of like Gundam meets Lord of the Flies.
That's
nice.
That's a good reference. That's a good reference.
And I did think Gallarhorn was very interesting because they weren't the traditional enemy. They weren't Zeon, who had dropped in a space colony on Earth. They're not the Romefeller Foundation, which is oppressing everyone. They're doing what seems right for them, looking for Earth's best interest. And if you look at the history of the Calamity War, Gallarhorn was pretty much the saviors of humanity. If it wasn't for them, humanity would have wiped itself out. So Gallarhorn was kind of a nice twist on the enemy organization. So for the characters, a lot of them kept surprising me. Like, we had mentioned the guy with the harem, and like, I didn't think I was gonna like him at first, but when you get to know him, all his wives are equally important to the function of his ship, and he treats them with the same amount of respect. Plus, where with lesser writing, this character could have came across as really sleazy, he was written where he had just enough charisma that, this guy's entertaining. You want to be around him more. He made me probably laugh a little more than I should have, but he was, like many of them, well-rounded characters. And I like how even some of the side characters who you wouldn't think would have big payoffs, like Biscuit, that guy had some of the biggest gut punches in the series, but he kept pushing and being there, not only for his shipmates, but for his sisters.
Yeah.
So that's my take.
Yeah. And what about your and what about your overall opinion on the Gundam frames and all the mobile suits and the first 15?
I like the Gundam frames and the mobile suits. They had a more almost industrial look. They didn't feel so much like they came across off an assembly line, as a few mechanics were given, here's the armor, here's the technology, and just make what you have to. They felt more almost prototype than mass produced.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I have to agree. And you know what? And the last thing that I'll ask you, what did you really think about all the corruption and backstabbing?
I thought that was again another pretty interesting part, and it felt realistic, especially the Gallarhorn part, because Gallarhorn just doesn't feel like they have like a set compass. It feels like you got this group in Gallarhorn over here doing what they want, while this group is doing what they want. And because of that, yeah, the corruption, I liked it because it just felt natural. That as poorly organized as Gallarhorn comes off, yeah, there would be a lot of corruption and backstabbing and whatnot.
Oh wow, yeah, man. I mean, I totally agree, man. And thank you for that. Thank you for that final analysis and 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 your opinion on the first 15 episodes. And yeah, I mean, there's so much. I mean, that's just the first 15, guys. When we get to like the next 15, it's just gonna get better. It's just gonna get better and more brutal, more blood, more freaking tears, more blood, more sweat, more tears, more death. It's just gonna keep going. And no, but like I said, I really appreciate your opinion on it, Anthony. So now we'll jump to the wise man, the preacher, and get what's up?
We got the general, in the chat. You know, he's a buddy of mine on Facebook, and we're on the Sanctuary show on Friday
Oh,
for
okay. Okay.
different figures that are coming out. So he's joining us. So rock on, man. And it's still at work till 11. Well, make that money, man. Make that money. Thanks for dropping by and saying hi.
Hey man, appreciate you joining the stream, man. And anytime, like I said, anytime we're on, and Matt is on because Matt is a pivotal part of the Sci-Fi Society. So whenever he's on, we're on. So anytime you want to join, just you can join anytime you want. And thank you for joining the stream. So now, like I said, now, preacher, let's hear it, man. Let's hear your fight. Let's hear your final thoughts on the first 15.
Well, first of all, what was it? The first question was what for the? You said there were three questions.
Okay. I'll start off with, what did you think about Gallarhorn as a whole, and the characters, and then I'll ask you the next one.
Let's get into Gala. Gallarhorn, and the Gallarhorn. I want to piggyback on what Anthony said about that. Yeah, they were the saviors in the beginning, and if they wouldn't have done what they have done, society could have crumbled. But see, to add to that, it was like for them, for me at least, it was a conflict. Yes, I saved you, but then instead of turning and keeping everything peaceful and benevolent, it turned into, well, we're the authority and you do what we say and this is how it's going to be. And that's not how you run a democracy. Okay. So it's like it turned into from one thing and then it turned into another thing. So they didn't start out that way, but they turned into that. You know what I mean? And a lot of people didn't agree with it. So I think Gallarhorn is more like that. And there's a lot of people in that faction of Gallarhorn, and I think most notably the general that was killed in the first, I think it was the third or fourth episode, I think it was.
Yeah.
He didn't agree with half the stuff because, as we all know, a lot of times in life, some people get positions they shouldn't get because they're idiots.
Yeah, pretty much.
But if you notice in Gallarhorn, a couple of these guys were idiots. Instead of falling back and doing what they were supposed to do, they was trying to get the glory and get the money instead of doing what they were supposed to do. And they got their men killed. It wasn't the orphans that got them killed. You got them killed. So I think that they're just like anything else. You have a lot of Gallerans that are a little more, I want to say, even-minded.
Yeah.
But then you got the ones that have that you're the elitist. We are, and bow before me. That kind of stuff. So I think they're very complex. They're not just your typical I'm twirling my mustache bad guy. No, they're complex characters. And they're complex people. And that's why you can't just go, I hate them all. You go, oh, I kind of like him. So it's not cut and dry. That's what I think about that. For them, the characters, as I stated before, I love how they grew up from being, even though they were still young men and children, young boys and children, they grew up quick. And they what I like because they stuck together as a family.
Had to. Yeah, they had to.
Of course. But my boy Orca kept them. He was the glue that kept them together. But the one character that no one talked about, and I don't know why I like him, so he had me rolling, was the dude that every time you looked up when Orca said something, he's always fucking at Orca about it. You know what I'm talking about? And then when they was going to do that, they was going to do that thing around the asteroid.
Yeah, Eugene.
Eugene is hilarious. One. Number two, he acts like, oh, I don't care, but he really does care. Or, I don't want to take no credit, but pat me on the back when I need it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I like because that means some of us are like, some people are like that. And the part about he said, if I don't get a woman, he said, I'm gonna lose my mind. I rolled. I was like, he's honest. Everybody else was kind of like, oh, okay, but this dude right here, he's like, man, I ain't gonna lie. So, I mean, all the characters are fantastic and well-written people, and they were fleshed out wonderfully. But him, just because it's just that he was a smaller character, but he stood out to me because he always made me laugh. He was always called somebody a jerk, or you're like, oh, dude, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't even know what a woman is, stuff like that. It just makes you laugh. So that's what I feel about all the characters. But the characters are fantastic. Of course, I love Mika. I just like his character
Yeah.
the way he is. So
Yeah.
next question.
Okay, next question. Your opinion on the Gundam frames and the mobile suits overall in the first 15 episodes.
Gotcha. Before I do that, this is something I just forgot about. These kids also reminded me of, and you probably get. I've never heard of this movie. It was called The Emerald Forest. Came out in like the late '80s, early '90s with Powers Booth, where a guy
Sounds so
he
cool.
lost his son. Yeah, he lost his son in the Emerald Forest, and these
Mhm.
tribesmen and stuff raised their son, and all the different other orphans that were missing. And it was a good movie, but that's what it reminded me of a little bit there. But anyway, um, as far as the mechanized weapons go, they reminded me a little bit of, and Citra, if you ever get a chance, check this out. Walter, you probably heard of it. Think of the show. I love the show. Armor Trooper Votems.
I think I've heard
This,
that one, if I'm not mistaken. I probably never
now,
saw it, but I've heard of it. Yeah.
right. So they reminded me of that. They reminded me of that, the Gundam that you see in this show. And
Yeah.
then, of
Okay.
course, but then, they not that they were assembly lined or anything of that nature, like Anthony said, but they were all different and they had their own personality, but it
Mhm.
wasn't the focal point for them. But I like the mechs that they did. The women that had the purple one and the pink one over here, and then the one that flew real fast, so it was a little more mechanical to me,
Yeah.
more mechanical than it would be like the other Gundam shows where they had like a personality to them. The
Right.
Yeah.
person who flew it, your emotions showed through, and that's
Yeah.
what made that's what I mean. So that's if you look at Barbaros, he's the only one that had a little bit of a difference. Not just because he looked different, but because the way he moved, it was like he wasn't like all the other Gundams.
Had more
Yeah.
characteristics about him.
Yeah, he had more
Yeah.
personality to him.
Yeah.
Even though we know that Mika was really more of an emotionless character, that
Yeah.
his emotions showed through the Gundam to me.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
What
does.
he did. Motion,
Yeah.
cry, power, whatever it was, right? So that's what I felt about a lot of the weapons and a lot of the Gundams that you've seen in the show. You see the people's personality come through the mechanical robots, in my
Right.
opinion. And I love especially like you said, the axes. The one that pulled the axe out the back of out of his back and swung it. I was like, what? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
there was a lot of weapons. I like the weapons where they were they were hidden. You couldn't even see them. It's like pulling out their backs and pulling over here. I'm like, okay, so I would say the mecha robots were really good. I mean, I still love, like you said, the original Gundam and then G Fighter, but I really did enjoy the Mexicans because it was different.
Yeah.
Let's keep it 100. They weren't the focal point of the story. They
Yeah.
were, but they weren't. And I love the old man that said, "Oh, we got a Barbados. I can fix this. I can do this. I can fix this up." He was all excited, and he did fix it up, in a nice way. But that I liked about it because you could do so much with Barbados. So that's what I got for that.
Okay.
Yeah. And then okay, now that's thank you. Like I said, great points. Always great points from the wise man, the preacher. So now the last question. Now the last question, I'll just, like I said, it's like you already well, actually, you already spoke about the characters, especially the characters that a lot of people don't pay attention to, which is Eugene, who he's like one of the only ones that can really actually like fight with Orga and actually get away with it.
Right.
Yeah.
And then so yeah, but and okay, and what was your opinion on all of the goddamn backstabbing and corruption?
Well, I would have to say it reminded me of Game of Thrones. It reminded me of. It reminded me also of Julius Caesar.
Oh yeah.
Any of those Roman stories you see back in the day, Caligula, Gladiator, any of them, backstabbing, corruption, and which lets you remind you. I think Gundam reminds people of this. I don't think anybody ever talks about this, but they remind you that it's the future, and still ain't nothing new under the sun. I can still have mechanized robots. I can have cities floating in the air, but I'm still going to have greed. I'm still going to have corruption. I'm still going to have love. I'm still going to have hate. I'm going to have all those things. So at the end of the day, Gundam reminds us that no matter how much we progress, there are still some things that we carry with us through the progression.
Yep.
And so as you look at that, and you look at what Gundam did, I mean, the corruption, all that stuff, it's nothing new. It's corruption now. You know.
Yep.
And then or the one guys with the hammerhead ship. What was the name of their clan?
Turbans. The turbans.
The turbans. They kind of remind you of a cross between gypsies and mob boss.
Yeah. Tewas. Yeah, Tewas. Yeah, Tewas. Yeah.
Yeah, they kind of remind you of that, but they were more. They had honor with theirs.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, I think that is one of the things I like about this show. With all the corruption and stuff like that, we realize at the end of the day that everything we have with technology and everything we have with robots and everything else, there's still going to be somebody going to backstab you, and it shows you that the human condition. We all grow, we all change, some for the worse, and some for the better. So
yep.
It's just life, and I enjoyed that about this show. And again, that's why I said it's about the characters and who they are and what they do.
Yep.
And
the
done.
Preacher, everyone. The Preacher.
He's the Preacher.
He's called the Preacher for a reason.
Oh Lord, y'all kill me with that.
I see you didn't get that name by nothing now.
Oh, yeah,
I said, I know you didn't get that name by nothing. You got it for a reason.
Hey, it's just the beard, I think.
Good, but very good, brother. Very good point, Linwood, my brother. And like I said, they're all valid points. So just those are the three questions that we'll just go off of. Cool. What you thought of Galahorn and the characters, what you thought of the mobile suits, and what you think about the corruption. And trust me, when we get to part two, this is where we're going to start getting into mafia style shit that happens, mafia style stuff. So it's gonna get crazy. But now, like I said, we'll get to Walter. Same three questions I asked. And same three questions I asked. All the guys. All the guys here from the Sci-Fi Society. And now his first question, like I said, start with what did you think and what were your thoughts on Galahorn and his characters?
Well, pretty much Anthony and Linwood Preacher pretty much took it, but I mean I can put in two bits and saying that the characters, I guarantee you, if they didn't have some kind of personalities about them, as I said before, I would have been just totally, I would have disowned it already, But I feel that they grow, they change, and just like real life, you get to realize whether you hate them or not, or whether you really like these individuals, because you can, like I say, hate them or love them. It all depends, because honestly, just the 15 I've seen so far, I can say it's like, man, with all these characters on here, you think you might get lost, but surprisingly, I'm like, I actually want more. I'm actually saying, what more characters do we have out here? I mean, some of them, feel this way, some of them feel that way. And watching them, it's like, it's such an enriching thing knowing that it doesn't leave you kind of, unsatisfied, in my opinion, because I'm just like, that's what I grab for when I watch anything, whether it be on television, in the films. It has to have strong character base, because if it doesn't, I'm telling you, I told somebody before, you watch a film or even a television, and if you get lost in it for the first 15 minutes, and when I say get lost, if you dislike it in just them 15 minutes, it's like the rest of it's like, why am I watching this? And honestly, the first episode, I thought that was going to happen eventually, but I let it grow. And as I watched it, it's like, okay, this is starting to build momentum for me. And as I gathered more intel, it's like, okay, these are not just typical, whatever kind of characters. These are characters like you're going to have some kind of connection with them, whether in real life or just how they're dealing with stuff. You realize, no, this is something I can familiarize with because I've seen other people deal with some of the things they're talking about, even myself. And I realize, hey, I could say I'm part of the family too, because that's what they are. They have to do the things as a group, as a tight-knit group here, and they really have this bond that kind of like hopefully doesn't break, even with these additional, because like I say, when Homeboy's brother, when he found him, he was, battling him, but he found out that can't be you, and everything. But, when he told Orga, it's like, that's my brother. And if they say, well, then we'll have to bring him on along too, it lets you know that if that's somebody related to you or anything like that, we're not just going to disown them because they were with someone else who was doing something bad or something like that. We're going to bring them along. And that to me is showing a lot of character in my mind because it's like, it's like, oh, I could just easily just toss them away because they're nothing to me at all. But no, these individuals really show a depth that I feel that needs to be shown even in some live action films. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think this series could have been done live action. I mean, that's just my opinion. I think this might have been the only way it could be told, but it could probably be told if you got a good director, storyteller, and everything. But honestly, I think this is probably the best way it's being shown, these characters wise, to be portrayed. But honestly, I feel that the characters, in my opinion, they're decent. And like I say, as the time progresses, hopefully it doesn't lose that momentum. How I've come to appreciate and like them because I'm on this journey with them, also from where they were on Mars to where they're going to next to where they get to Earth. So hopefully that's where it's going to lead to.
Cool. No, yeah, you're right. And no, the pacing and you know what, the pacing even the pacing was good.
Yeah,
yes, it was. Yeah,
like even the pacing. Yeah, I mean, you can see, but with an anime like that, you can speed it up a little bit without it messing anything up. Like you can speed up, like you can put things quick. You can move things a little quicker. Like not like this. You can't really do that in a movie because it's like kind of defeats the purpose on character development and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I think that's the reason why it's a series because because in movies, it's like you don't have that much time. If it's like a 3.5 hour movie, maybe. But this is a series, and you get a general way of saying, okay, now I'm seeing what's going on. Because whatever you knew about this character 2 episodes before, 15 or 17 episodes later, you're like, oh, this is something different with this character. It's just like, you think it's just that about them. Turns out, they're more complex than you think they are. And that's why I appreciate knowing that a show like this, or any show that does characters this well, you want to see that. You want to see that growth. And it gets something like what Anthony said, Game of Thrones, it's like these characters, you think it's like, okay, I'm going to either love or hate them, but as the time progresses, and one particular character, you feel like, okay, this person's going to be solely the sole, protagonist throughout the series as it's developing. But when you get to the last season of the series, you realize that this character here, you probably know who I'm talking about. You're like, damn, you did a 180 like a motherfucker. You just like, you totally, I was never seeing that. And I'm just like, that's kind of the thing right here. Cause you think it's like, okay, maybe that might happen, but it's like, you just don't know. And that's why I hope this journey that you're on with them stays like that. But, as long as they're the way they are and I'm in trance with them, I'll go a long way with them,
Say that, bro. I agree with you. They got more character. You know what? They write better, Walter, to be honest with you, real quick, is that the writing is better and more development in this show than even those television series that you see right now.
I know. That's true.
And I mean, I'm just gonna keep it a buck because I'm like, some people, I'm like, oh, come on. But this show here, yeah, they break it down. So I agree with you, man. You right on point, Walter. Well said, man. Jeez.
It's easier to do, and it's easier to do something like that with anime than with live action.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a lot easier to do it, and like I said, and then but yeah, no, yeah, Walter always has good points, man. It's like wisdom. You got wisdom and wisdom, bro. I mean, come on, you got wisdom and experience.
That's
In
it.
you got wisdom and experience.
Iron sharp as iron, Walter. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, experience taught me a lot, brother. That's all.
Ain't that's
Yeah,
true.
okay,
That's what life does.
so now, Big Walt, what's your opinion? Well, you pretty much already answered both questions on what you would think about, corruption and what you thought about, the characters. So now, what was your opinion on the Gundam frames and just the mobile suits in general?
Well, I can say now, like I say before, I've known of Gundam, the character itself, and what portrayed in there. But as far as I say, the suits, they're damn well made. I mean, because I feel like if I don't know what to expect, it's not good. Because I had mentioned before, I know that Gundam has this sword that it can pull out at any time. I was expecting to see that, but it's not for where I'm seeing. And I was just kind of like, okay, I'm thinking if you're not acquainted with it, if you're not acquainted with the character or anything, or the characters in there, you won't know. But see, I know of Gundam, so I was kind of expecting that. But when it didn't happen, I was like, okay, maybe it's gonna come along later on, and I'll see it later. But the bottom line is, the suits in some of the other different variations of suits, it's like, yeah, this is something different, because it's like you said, I think you mentioned before, some of the characteristics do come through, like Mika, when he's in the suit himself, he's showing emotion. He's really emotionless. He's really doing things, because he's been trained, but all the things that he does, it's reverberated in that mech, and he's like whatever he's doing, that just characteristic comes out. I mean, it's not about he has no emotions. Well, we know that, but it's just the fact that whatever his mannerisms are or anything like that is flowing through this particular gun, and it's like, hey, that just shows right there. He's not exactly, just like the character. He's not exactly, he may not have emotions in the heart, not yet, but he feels, he is showing that, there's something human about him, regardless. I mean, we might see it later on, but from what we're seeing here, it's showing that the suits are just, they're awesome, dude. I mean, it's like, I say, you could probably do this in live action, maybe, but will it be done as well here? And I don't know, because I've seen some people do it well, but sometimes the other times, and it's not like what you said, Preachers, like, I don't think they do it with as graceful as what I'm seeing here. Because one thing about anime, I've always noticed about that, they have a tried and true way of doing things that, kind of goes beyond what anything can be done in live action, because they have such a beauty, a grace, just you know what I'm saying? It's just something about it that you say, oh man, we want to try to, it's kind of like, give you an example, it's kind of like Akira, if you was able to do something like that in live action, I'm like, dude, I don't know if you're going to be able to capture what's in that film that you see in there that you can put in live action. I don't think it's be done. I mean, in my opinion, but that's why I could say the suits and everything, they're brought to life here beautifully, and and with the characters in them, they come out flowing like that too. And I'm just so glad that it takes the time again to come out this way, and I'm just glad about that.
My man, yes, indeed, I agree with you.
Great.
Oh, I get to talk. When I get to talking, man, sometimes I can't stop. I have to stop myself.
So yeah, man, it's always great. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, man. It's great. It's always great info. You always provide great input when it comes to the streams, bro. Even because you actually saw, the 15. I think you saw more. I think you saw a little bit more than this 15. But I mean, it's good. No, but but it's good that you put the input in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what really matters, that you put in the input. And also just to mention, thanks for joining the stream, Godzilla Train 1090. So thanks for joining, man. And you guys say something, Matt?
Yeah, I was gonna call out a shout out Godzilla Train 1090. He does awesome photography and reviews on YouTube as well. So thank you very much for joining us. Awesome guy. And
Cool.
lastly, you all are awesome at describing this. And I've said before, I'll say it again, just from your descriptions, I am going to rewatch this and not really pick up. I'm going to start over and rewatch this series.
Cool, Gojira.
You might get into it, maybe. I think you will.
Man, I think you might get into it, like you said, like when you watch, like you said, it's hard like that for me, man. It was hard like that for me with Godzilla Senior to Point, man. It was hard for me with that.
Yeah.
It was hard for me like that, bro. I wanted to tap out. I wanted to tap out after the 5th episode, man. So but once I saw Anguirus, once they mentioned Anguirus, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
Exactly.
I'll keep it going. But don't, man, don't feel bad about it. And like I said, man, it's something. Sometimes some things do grow on people when people get more of an idea about what you were talking about, especially when it's an anime, or when it's anything, TV, anime, movies like that. Sometimes the second watch will be more enjoyable than the first one. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yep.
No, and then like I said, and another thing that go ahead.
I'm sorry. Eric is heading out, so you want to say good night and catch us with the second part.
All right,
cool.
Eric.
All right, Eric.
Thanks a lot, man. Hey, man, thanks for always supporting the Sci-Fi Society, bro, and the streams, and thanks for always joining the streams, man. It's good to see you. Good to hear from you, because we hadn't heard from you in a while, man. So, take care, and the next one, I'll like I said, we're gonna do another one down the line. As once I get, because there's still a few more streams we have to get out of the way, but we'll do it. We're gonna do this part 2 down the line. But thanks a lot, Eric, man, and take care, brother. But all of your guys' input is good, man. And like I said, Gojo 851, you can ask Anthony Jordan, man. Anthony Jordan even said at first, Anthony, didn't you say at first that you were like, it took you a while to get into the rest of the show, right?
Yeah, but once I did, it was, I gotta know what happened next. What happened
Right.
next? I want to add on to what Walter said about he doesn't know if this could be done live action, but that's the one thing that always interests me about anime done right, is that it's just not, the animation isn't just a stylistic choice. They use it to tell the story just as much as the writing.
Yeah. No, yeah, I gotta agree with that, man. I mean, it's true. I mean, like I said, you can do so much. You can do, the thing is, like, the limit, there's almost no limits where you can do an anime, man, but there's always limits when it comes to live action. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Even with the technology of the day, it's like, yeah, some things you're not going to get off right away. I mean, it's just something there, you can tell. Yeah.
The thing is, though, you're talking about that. I think one of the things is, and it's something that Anthony just said, it's how you tell a story. See, problem with some places and some movies and even shows or whatever, they want to let the effect tell the story, but you don't write the characters. Okay.
Yeah.
However, if you look at anime, because one of my shows that I love was Claymore as well. Yeah. Claymore I thought was an excellent show, and yes, they were monsters and they could change at any time, but their deformity, I should say, or what they had in them, told the story along with the character. If you look, we was talking about, look at the robot, look at the Gundams in the show. We all said they have a personality of their own. It tells the story of who they are to a degree. Like the little girl that kept on saying, "Oh, they're better next time, big boy." The one who's flying around real fast. Yeah. The way she talked and the way she moved, look at how her Gundam responded.
Yeah.
So it's all about everything told a story. not just the characters. The gun. It was like one big canvas painted,
Yeah.
and it painted everything. With the characters were in it, the action was in it. Even just looking at the one part where they talked about the moon that Mika's name
Yeah.
was named after. That
Yeah.
told a story. That
Yeah.
right there, just looking at it, told a story. So I think that makes it different. I think Walter, all of you guys hit that right point. You got to
Mhm.
tell the story, and when you tell the story, use everything to tell the story instead of just using one element.
Yeah.
And this is what this show does. It does everything. It does everything. Listen, it may not be everybody's cup of tea, okay?
And I just want
Because
to add on.
everybody did that.
I'm sorry.
No,
No,
you're fine.
I was just gonna add. I was just gonna add up to what you were saying, Lil Will. Is with the story is something that Anthony was brought out too. How the special effects are supposed to be the spectacle, but it's something that, and I'm quoting what something that George Lucas said a long time ago, that when it comes to doing a film or telling a story, he said it himself that if you just having the special effects supposed to be the story, then you don't have no story. Because I didn't agree. And the funny thing is, I didn't agree with that because I was younger at the time. But as I got older, I realized he's right. The story is the characters. It's not the spectacle. It's not all this, ships blowing up or these spears going across and everything. No. What is it about the thing we're watching? It's the characters that makes the story, not the so-called spectacle that we're expecting all this. And that's the thing I say, for him to say this, and he's made, like I say, but the thing is, he's saying something that has stuck with me since then that let me know that if you're just spending money just on the spectacle all the time, I guarantee you, I'm going to be there for a minute, watching this like, oh man, this is great. But okay, what effect is this having on me as far as with the characters? It's, where's it going? Because other than that, what's the point of having that spectacle if you don't have a good story? You don't have good characters in there, and that's why I say you need that strong character arcs in these films or TV, whatever, even in this anime, to make it work. Because spectacle go a long way, but I can tell you now, even as I've gotten older, and like I say, when I was younger, getting older, I realized that spectacle could go really, really boring if you don't have a good story
right
with the characters in it, and that's why I say,
no emotion.
Thank God you have people who write good stories to make the spectacle even more than what it is, because I feel the characters, it was make the spectacle worth watching, and that's I just want to throw that out there.
No, I think you're totally right, man. I mean, think about this. You just said this, he's talking about movies, and what Lucas said. I'm gonna go back a little further. I go back to when I was a kid, and my dad would always go to the store and rent Ben-Hur.
Okay.
Would rent these older movies for me to look at.
Charleston Heston?
Yes, Charlton Heston. Watch Ben-Hur. There's spectacle all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
But what is the underlying thing that makes that movie great, and what makes that movie where you can watch it over and over again and don't get tired of it?
Right.
His journey.
The story.
His journey.
Right, you're right. The journey. The story.
Yep.
And so, look, I mean, that makes a difference. Why do people don't understand that? That's why I don't pay attention to Walter or sci-fi anybody. When they say, well, this movie made $1 billion, that don't mean nothing to me if it's not a good story.
No.
Yeah.
And that's all I'm saying. That makes a difference. That's why Spider-Man was so tough. I was never a fan of the first two Spider-Mans that they did recently.
Mm-hmm.
That third one, it's like they took everything that they didn't get in the first two and put it in the third one.
Yeah.
And wrote it well.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with you, Walter, man. Like I said, you can't have a. Why do you think all these years the Seven Samurai is still so popular?
Yeah. Right. Dude, yes. I love that.
Why does Zatoichi still exist today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Story. Lone Wolf and Cubs today. Story.
Yeah.
If you don't have a story, what's the sense of you making all this stuff up?
Right.
You don't have a story.
You need it. Yeah.
Halloween had a story. The first Halloween had a story. You
Yeah.
knew what was what. So I'm just saying, y'all. Yeah,
Yeah.
that is Lone Wolf. You right. Diver two. Yeah.
Now you know what.
I just saw
You
that.
know what.
Diver two.
But you know what, guys? What, like I said, let me wrap up.
Go ahead, brother.
Let's wrap up. We'll go the Gundam and everything. Then we'll go and talk about. We'll shoot the shit after for a little bit. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it's gonna be quick with me, bro, because it's always quick with me, man. Like all I'm gonna say is this, man. The brutality of the fighting for the machines, the characters, Mikazuki, a stoic yet a
I love
stoic
him.
savage. He's a savage. He's a fighter. He's nothing but a freaking warrior. And the backstory on how it all started for them, and then Gallarhorn McGillis is like I said, he's like Shar. He's a fucking conniving. He's cunning. He'll use everybody to his own advantage, and and then there's still like the designs of the Gundam frames, man. And like I said, see, this is like I said, through 1 through 15, we only see mostly the Gundam frame Barbatos until we get towards what is it, episode 13 or 14, where that's where they find Akihiro's brother, and that's when Mikazuki kills that freaking that slaver, and
Yeah.
uses the children with the Leviana system as human debris, and uses them as slaves, and he kills Mikazuki with Barbatos, kills that freaking guy, sends a sword right through his body, like halfway cuts it halfway through his body. And if that for an anime called Gundam is not brutal, I don't know. I wouldn't know what is, because that shit is totally fucking is brutal, man. And
Straight brutal. Love it.
Yeah.
And another thing, like I said, I love the design of Barbatos because it doesn't stay the same. It keeps changing, evolving. It keeps keeps getting better, more ferocious. Mikazuki and Barbatos fights like a freaking animal. He's like a fucking animal, dude. He's ferocious. He'll freaking kill anybody that's in his way. Orga just has to say, "What do you want me to do, Orga? I'll do anything. You want me to kill somebody? I'll kill somebody. You want me to destroy this organization? I'll destroy his organization. You just tell me what to do." And he does it. And then even Kudelia, like I said, the Maiden of Revolution, dude, even her story as, trying to make Mars, give Mars sovereignty and, a government so they can govern themselves, which is a cool part, about the story. And then the characters are just great. Like I said, even Shino, Yuki Yamagi, Yuki, what do you call it? Yuki Nojo, Atra, Eugene, Mika, Orga. Even all these other ones, man. All the characters are great, and that's what I like about it. And the corruption is like, it's like Linwood was saying, and even Walter saying, it's like, it's like they're saying the story on how the world really is, and that's the way the world really is. It's corrupt.
Oh man, yeah,
it's fucked up. It's cruel. It's brutal, and that's the way. And that's the way it is, man. And like I said, and I love this show, man. And like I said, when Gojira 5-1, when you give it another watch, man, and you get more into it, bro, you're gonna be like, wow, okay, now I know why it's so intriguing, because the story just it evolves. But the thing is, it evolves little by little, though. That's why it's 25 episodes. 25 episodes. So the story evolves slowly, but once it gets more intense, it gets more intense. And shit, man, if I could in real life have a freaking harem of women running my fucking shit too, bro. Shit. They said these women are not only my wives. Not only do they produce me, not only they produce offspring, but they, like Anthony was saying, they all have a certain function that they do it's like they're the cogs in a machine. They're the cogs in a machine that keep the machine keep going.
They're not just playthings. They're actually something that actually has a function. It actually has a purpose.
Right. They're not just there just to look good. They're not there to just look good. They have a function. and there's some darn good pilots. I'm gonna tell you,
Yes.
and
Yep.
it get good pilots, and the way they handled the hammerhead like they did,
Yeah.
excellent. Let's keep it. Let's keep it up. And wait a minute, and then they still found time to take care of the babies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they have a connection to a freaking to somewhat of a freaking mafia style organization.
Correct. And yep,
And it's
definitely.
crazy, and that's why because in anime you can do something like that. You can make it work in a story like that in
I
animation.
agree.
And
Yeah.
that's what I like about it. So there's, like I said, there's my last take on the Iron-Blooded Orphans, man. I love the fight scenes. Barbatos is a fucking savage, dude, and I fucking
Yes,
love
sir.
Barbatos, dude. And Mikazuki and all of the characters, you get attached to. You get attached to some of the characters, especially Biscuit, because Biscuit is the one that takes the most shit, bro. He takes the
Yes.
most shit, but he still mans up. He grabs his balls and he fucking still keeps going, dude.
Yeah.
That's
I agree.
He doesn't whimper out like I've seen some other characters do in other shows. That's like, now it's like, no, I'm going to stand up for this. I'm going to make a way for this to work out. So it's like, yes, I like that.
Well, he's like the conscience. He's like the conscience of Orga to me. Like when
Yeah.
Orga wants to do something, Orga's straightforward.
Yeah.
Biscuit is the conscience of him. Like, like Captain Kirk, where you have Dr. McCoy. Dr. McCoy is like the humanity of Kirk. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like he's want to say, Dad, gone it, Orca. Let's do it this way. Make it easier. No, we're going to do it this way. And even though they disagree, they still work together like a team.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, they make it. I mean, they had to become. They went from boys to men in such a short time. Like they had to like not only that, they made sacrifices. They lost when Akihiro lost his brother, man, and they did that farewell ceremony with all of those special lineups. That was like, wow, like that was some. And Akihiro didn't even cry, and that was his brother. He didn't even cry.
Yeah.
But you could see it though. You could see it in his face though. He didn't cry, but he stood there like, because he had. I guess to him that was him showing his brother respect that way. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I loved it. It was a good show. It's good. It's god dang, that's good stuff.
Yeah, and just wait, like I said, guys. I mean, when we do part 2, man, it's gonna get even better because that's when Gundam Gushion Rebake makes his appearance.
Oh,
Wait, man.
yeah,
So
I heard.
not only is it gonna be Barbatos, it's gonna be Barbatos and Gushion. So it's gonna be two Gundam frames. There's gonna be 2 Gundam frames that are gonna tear shit up, and once we get to the next 15 episodes, it's gonna be 2 Gundams. There'll be 2 Gundams now. So it's gonna be badass. No, but yeah, man. But like I said, there it is so far, guys, for our discussion and live stream opinion and discussion for Iron-Blooded Orphan. So I mean, we can still shoot the shit for a little bit. Want to talk a little bit more? I don't know if Gojira has to do something. I don't know if Anthony has to do something. I mean, we can still chat about other things and stuff like that, like you guys were talking about right now. But it's up to you guys because I mean I don't mind. I mean we're barely gonna hit the 2-hour mark. I mean we can go a little bit longer if you want.
Well, let me just throw this out when we jump on some other subject. When Anthony was talking about how the show shows corruption and everything and how it kind of reflect life and everything. I wanted to point out there's a movie. I don't know if any of y'all seen it at all. It's called Elysium, and it kind of focuses.
Oh yeah.
It kind of focuses on that kind of mentality too. Where you have the so-called rich and powerful on the space station, and just leave the decrepit and everything that's on Earth just right away. And I think that's kind of similar to something like in here, but that's kind of more like just
in the people.
But yeah, I wanted to point that out.
In the people left on Earth will risk everything just for 5 minutes in one of those medical pods.
Yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. It's like a leader battle angel. Think about it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Everybody's trying to win that game so they can get up there with the I want to be where the people are. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So yeah,
I wanted
I was
to
gonna
that
say,
actually
man,
didn't work out.
you guys want me to send an invite to Lone Wolf and film?
if they'll join.
If they're gonna join, come on with it.
I mean, why not? The more the merrier.
Because I know it's kind of late for Gojira. It's already like, isn't it like 11 over there already, Gojira?
Yeah, it's 11:02, but I'm off tomorrow, so I can hang out for a little longer.
All right, cool.
It's 11. It's 11 here too, but
I didn't
that's
know
all
you were
right.
off.
It's
I'm
like
gonna give you
10
a little
years.
bit.
So.
I didn't know you were off, Gojira. I didn't know that, man.
I found out today as well. Yeah, my schedule is up and down. So some days I'm off. Some days I work the entire week pretty much. It's just, just take it as we come along. And I'm off, so I'm like, hey, all right, cool.
Cool, man. Cool. Yeah, but
Okay.
just yeah, I mean, like I said, we could talk about other stuff. Like I don't know if since it's Anthony's first time on the stream and the newest addition to the Sci-Fi Society, is there anything you'd want to talk about, Anthony? Like a specific movie or anything?
And if there was mentioned, we brought up how an example of a film that's still popular, The Seven Samurai. I want to throw another one out there, and it's technically a remake of Seven Samurai, The Magnificent Seven.
Yes.
Oh,
And if you've ever
Outstanding.
seen that, you know that a lot of the cowboys in it meet the same fate as a lot of the samurai, and it's the same thing where it's as heartbreaking every time you watch it, where you care for these characters and you just kind of feel helpless when you're watching them each get killed off one by one. But those two, if you've seen Magnificent Seven, do yourself a favor and see The Seven Samurai and vice versa. Those two films owe so much to each other.
I agree. I
Yeah,
totally
man.
agree, Anthony. Same way I believe it also, not just those two, but I have to say, of course, Yojimbo and A Fistful of Dollars.
Oh man, yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one. They was gonna kick my ass. Was it A Fistful of Dollars? Was it?
Well, Clint, you never seen A Fistful of Dollars?
No.
What?
Okay. Wait, okay. You know what? Hold on, Walter. I ain't gonna be mad at him. I ain't gonna be mad at him.
Man, I'm just surprised.
I ain't gonna talk about him. I ain't gonna talk about him later. I ain't gonna do that. I'm just gonna tell him when he gets a minute, go on and grab it, and don't hurt the face, baby. That's what I'm just saying.
There you go.
Yeah, when
Hey,
when you,
hurt the face,
watch it,
baby.
yeah, wait, listen. When you watch it though, for real, watch Yojimbo and then watch A Fistful of Dollars.
Yeah.
And you're gonna see the similarities. Just
well.
it's a good movie. It's a good. There are two good films.
Or Rio Bravo and Assault on Precinct 13.
Yes. Yeah, good one. Yes,
I'm
that's
assuming
correct.
you mean the original one, right, Anthony?
Yeah.
That was actually, funnily enough, Rio Bravo was actually one of John Carpenter's all-time favorite films, and it's partially that and The Thing from Another World are what made him want to be a filmmaker.
Yes.
And speaking of The Thing, let me pull this out. It's ironic that this year it will be turning 40 years old. John Carpenter.
Special edition?
I don't know if it'll be a special edition, but all I know is it turns 40 years old this June. So you see how long it's been around.
There's a new 4K out.
Oh, is it?
I'm on it. Okay.
I gotta get it.
Zavi's supposed to be doing a steel book of that. Zavi's supposed to be doing something with 4K, with the thing where you have posters and everything else with it. But I haven't seen it yet. But Zavi's supposed to be doing that for the 40th anniversary. The same thing with The Fly. If you want to keep it a buck.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the old one with the original Fly, and
Hmm.
then you turn around and see what David Cronenberg did, it's kind of like, okay, you know, those
Right.
are the rare instances where a remake works.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It does work. I will say that it does work. Now other ones, they don't work as much.
Now,
See,
But
you
and
know
then
what?
I'm
Uh,
sorry. I was gonna
Go
say,
ahead,
go ahead
Matt.
now.
oh, okay. One of the best remakes. It just popped in my head. I saw this movie when I was a lot younger. The Blob.
yes,
The,
you're
Yes.
right.
Yeah.
You are so
original
right.
was
I forgot about
good.
that.
The remake they lent themselves to the horror aspect of it a lot more than the original, and
Right, right.
remake is so good. That's another. I don't know if it's better. I don't want to go that far to say it's better, but it's just as good as the original Blob as well.
I
Interesting.
agree.
Yeah. But that was something we was discussing beforehand a little earlier, and how I feel about remakes. You can do a remake all you want, but if it doesn't have something, or if it follows the same minute thing they did with the original, I'm like, I don't really want to see it, and that's probably why I have a trouble watching remakes. But if you do a remake well, and you do it where it's just like, okay, it's kind of either not so much similar, but has a better edge than the original, I'll say, okay, I'm on that. Because like we mentioned before, the thing from another world and John Carpenter's The Thing, they both have their, delights about them, because like I say, the original one does have some iconic moments in there where John Carpenter's Thing does have that too. And trust me, in that one, you have a lot more because you got so much more technology, at least, in terms of that.
Correct.
But certain remakes, I don't mind them doing. Just please do not do it. And this goes back to what we were discussing before. Do not make these remakes as a cash grab, because that's
Passion
usually why
Exactly.
we
project.
make these remakes
Well,
is for.
well, we all know they're gonna fucking do that anyway.
True.
Well, think about this, Walter. Okay, okay. And I'm gonna go there with this because it's just me. And that is like, don't take a movie based, that you try to remake or rebrand or repackage, but then you're doing the same thing as the original movies, but you try to change it up a little bit so it doesn't look like the same. Hint, hint, Wrath of Khan. Hint, hint, Into Darkness. I'm just saying. I'm
Mm.
like, really, y'all? Y'all really are gonna go there, and all you did was you just switch it from being Kirk saying Khan to Spock saying Khan.
Right.
Stop it. You know, if you're
And
gonna do something, do your own thing. I'm just saying. Because I love the original Star Trek movie,
and
and
because of the original Star Trek episode with Khan, the
yes,
Into Darkness was never gonna be as emotional.
you're right.
Yeah.
You're so right. And that's why I'm saying, when you do like, doing like, try to do a remake, some things you just should leave alone.
Hmm.
You need to leave it alone because it's already good. There's no sense of touching it. It'd be like some guy going to remake, let's say, Nighthawk with Sylvester Stallone. The movie's perfect. Don't leave it alone.
Dude, I don't think you should make remake. I mean, if you do,
You get what I'm saying? Leave it alone.
Preach,
yeah, leave it
preacher,
alone,
preach,
dude.
preacher, keep preaching. Preacher, keep
Okay,
preaching.
let me
It's
ask you this,
stupid.
preacher. What did you think about them remaking the original Psycho?
That was my next thing I was going to say. That okay. I know the director is usually the good director, Gus Van Sant.
Yeah.
But all he did was do like paint by the numbers of the story. He
Mm-hmm.
didn't add his own twist to it. He didn't put nothing on it and
Yeah.
didn't put nothing with it. I didn't care for what's name playing Norman Bates. It was just a whole. You cannot recreate Anthony Perkins. You just can't. I don't care what you do or say. Even Psycho 2, that was a sequel that they did years later was
Right.
good. So why would you think you're going to do the same thing again?
Yeah.
Are you serious? So that I don't like. And you know what? What was the other one that somebody? What did you? Okay, did anybody see the remake of Ben Hur?
No.
No.
I won't watch it
Walter,
because I already heard. I won't hear. I heard horrible things about it, so I won't watch it.
dude, I'm gonna say this to you. I would rather watch. How can I put this? I would rather watch a snail on a wall go down real slow than watch that movie. I saw the first 2 minutes of it. I said, "Okay, I'm done."
Wow.
Tap
Quick.
Because here's the thing that's sad about it. When you and you know what's bad? I like the actor that plays Ben Hur because I remember him in that one show about the gangsters and stuff like that on HBO. But
Okay.
my point is, you can't take a movie like Ben Hur and expect to do it. You know, they didn't even put no
Yeah.
effort into it. Now, if Steven Spielberg
Mhm.
directed it, maybe you know they're going to put effort into it.
Right.
Okay, look at War of the Worlds.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
what I liked about War of the Worlds that Steven Spielberg did was this: they focused on the ships looking like they did in the book,
Yeah.
the alien craft.
I
They
feel that.
focused on, but there was no battles. You didn't see the military fighting the aliens.
Yes.
You
Yeah.
focused more on Tom Cruise running around,
Hmm.
and then there was. I mean, you could have really did it right with the scientists and all that stuff like that. Didn't have to focus on the dad and his son and his kids. I didn't care. You know, so I think that was a misstep. Just my opinion. People wouldn't saw it and they loved it, but that was my complaint. And again, if you're going to remake it, turn it into your own.
Yeah.
I'm not
Make it.
saying
Yeah.
I'm not saying. Here's the thing, though. Still keep the base. Don't completely flip the script on me, where you don't even remarkably resemble it at all. You have a foundation. Start with the foundation, and then grow it from there. That's what they don't do. They don't do that, and that bothers me. Friday the 13th. Why?
Yeah.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
I
Why?
was gonna say Nightmare on Elm Street. Yeah.
You
Why?
know, I'm so glad they never tried to redo Nightbreed because I would really have a fit.
Oh,
You know,
Oof.
you don't screw that. No, no, no. Now the Invisible Man, I get it. What they did, I like the idea, but I don't think I would have called it the Invisible Man. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Good movie though, but I would have
Yeah.
called it something else.
Pretty decent film. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoyed it, but I would have called it something else.
Yeah.
So, I'm
What
tired
were
of
you gonna say,
screams. I
Matt?
don't want to see that. Go ahead, man.
I
I'm
was
done.
gonna
I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna. No, just Matt was gonna say something. What were you gonna say, Matt?
First off, we got Stephen Deere in the chat saying, "Hey,
What's up?
fellas." Hello,
What's up,
Stephen.
Steven? What's up, brother? What's up,
Steve.
man?
Okay, so
Nice.
I have three
Welcome to the
things.
stream.
Three things I like to bring up. Have any? So y'all, it's agreeing that Seven Samurai is one of the best films. Have any of you? Since we were talking about anime earlier, has anyone seen Samurai 7?
Yes,
The
Yes.
anime version? I haven't seen it.
Walter.
The
Yeah,
anime version of the story, and it really goes because it's a steampunk version of
Oh, really?
Mm.
and I enjoy it. It's not the original film. The original film is miles and light years above it, but it's actually a fun little story that they do because not only do they
Keep talking, guys. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
okay, not only do they go into defeating the bandits, they actually go into the bandits who they answer to, and the corrupt government they answer to as well, and they're like mechanized bodies as well, hoarding all of the rice and the grain and everything, and make sure all the the lower people live in poverty forever.
Wow.
So then they actually, the samurai actually have to go and fight a larger enemy in the end as well. So if you haven't watched, I highly recommend it. It's out there. I'll give you that. It's really out there, but it's highly recommended. Now,
good show, very good. I like that. Yeah.
Are any of you zombie fans?
If it's a well done zombie film,
yeah, if it's well done.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we've got the original Night of the Living Dead versus the remake. What did you all think?
Are you talking about the 89, 90 version or what?
Yes, the 89 version, yes. Versus
the one by Tom, you like the one Tom Savini directed. You're talking about?
Hmm.
That okay.
What did you think compared?
I'm just gonna have to say 68 version is the holy grail of that. I'm sorry, I mean,
okay.
Yeah, the remake, it has some good points to where it was doing, but I kind of like what Lynn was saying. It was kind of more coach and kind of paste on, taking what it was exactly what it was. The original one was. So no, I still feel that the original and it's in black and white. And I think that's probably why they did it in color, because they figured, well, people ain't going to get into color. I mean, to black and white as much. But to me, that's what makes it even what it is, because it's in black and white. So I still feel the original Night of the Living Dead is, tops, as the saying goes.
Yes, I totally agree. The black and white version is good. There's emotion to that story that people don't get. There's a lot to that story. And it's a good story, well written story. I just like the way the remake. I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a nice little twist though I do like about the remake though. If everybody's seen it, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah.
Walter.
Yeah.
You know what part I'm talking about. Oh, you came back. Boom.
That's
Boom. That was great. That was kudos. I like that twist.
Okay. Number 3. We were talking about low effort remakes. I can't stand these low effort prequels. We were talking about the John Carpenter's The Thing. The prequel to that.
I was hoping someone was going to mention that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hate that movie, but there are some things that they went out of their way to piss me off with that movie. They painted over all the practical effects with really bad CG. The final version of The Thing just looked bad. Plus, they also went out of their way to just make how they found the ship, how the ship just ended, just all the stuff that they did. It's like they went out of they wanted to do something of their own. They wanted to remake the Thing, but they also wanted to make it a prequel to even more curious.
The director said he'll never do. So the director said he'll never do another American movie because he said for every 10 good ideas he had, the studio would only use one.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, this was come from studio interference, and this is the thing I hate when it comes. And this is what I was mentioning about going back when I say cash grab. It's like, are you focusing on the art, or are you just focusing on filling your pocketbook? That's a sad state of mind. That's the case, because that's the thing. Jerry, you bring out something that I need to touch on real quick.
Go for it.
The prequel to The Thing, it's like, okay, did y'all watch the John Carpenter version? Because certain points in the film, it's like, did y'all not realize this didn't happen or this was supposed to go this way? And it's like, I'm like, come on now. I mean, I'm just like, this is why I say I would like to love this film a little bit more, but I feel like if you didn't watch the damn film, the original one, the masterpiece, I don't think he was even trying to look at I don't think he was trying to make it your own, to make it something that was continuing or just something to say, oh, this would happen before the main event. And I feel again, like I say, if the studio was involved, why that director said, I don't want to make another American movie. Yeah. It's like studio always fucks things up. I hate that shit. You know?
Just listen. The suits always The suits always do stuff because you know there have been some movies that were on the cusp of being really good, but studio interference and messed it up. Like some movies should be rated R, but they go, "Oh no, nobody's going to go see it." Are we about the money, or are we about putting your product out there?
Venom should have been rated R.
Oh
From
man,
the get go.
Yeah.
From the get go,
Or at least a soft R. Or even a soft R, at least.
Well, you know the proof's in the pudding. Look at Justice League.
Yes.
Look how those idiots handled Zack Snyder and how they did him, how they messed with him. Instead of letting him do it like he was supposed to do it, you interfered because you were trying to do something which you should have never tried to do. You don't try to be like the other competitor. Right. You be your own person. And see, and here's another problem I've got. And you know, me and you, Sci-Fi, talked about this. There are some fanboys out there that really get on my last nerve. Because a lot of times these executives listen to Twitter. And, oh, yeah, well, you can't do it. No, listen. If the guy has a vision, put it out there. If it don't work, okay, we move on. But you didn't give it a chance to work. You just, they say, okay, well, your daughter died and your daughter's gone, so we're going to have to get you out of there. And instead of just letting it wait, let him do what he needs to do. Come back and get it done. No, you're going to stick Baldy in there, and he turned it into the Avengers. I'm just saying. Stop with that. You know, and that's just studio interference has been the worst. Now, sometimes studios get it right.
Yeah, sometimes they do. Sometimes.
Now, but see, back in the 70s, though, they gave more leeway. Look at the movies in the 70s and the 80s. They had more, let's say, chutzpah back in those days because they did subjects that you wouldn't do now. You couldn't do Last House on the Left with Wes Craven like you're doing it now. You could do that now.
Yeah.
You couldn't do The Hills Have Eyes. Can't do that now.
Oh.
So there's a lot more bravery to me than is now.
Look at the original Jaws. Zanuck and Brown, the producers, purposely held back storyboards from the studio so Spielberg could have carte blanche to make the movie the way he wanted.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's true. And you're right, Anthony. And to top it off on that, you remember they talked about, Anthony, in that one part about that film was going to be a little bit more violent than you thought it was going to be.
I would imagine it would be, yeah.
But they had to dial it back because when the shark didn't work as well, because they were supposed to be because you know the scene where the little boy got snatched.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. They were supposed to show the kid in the shark's mouth going through the water and get ready to take a bite out of it. They was going to go there, but you know, the shark didn't work that well. Studio exec had a heart attack. So there you go.
And I'll be honest with you, just that one shot of that guy's dismembered leg falling in the water, I'm like, that's pretty strong for a PG film at that time, you know. So I could tell that say, no, Spielberg was going to the jugular with this. You know, he was really saying, okay, I'm going to make sure that this is what we're going to get. You're going to get more bang for your buck in that sense. But yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, they were going to go there, but they just couldn't, you know, with whatever thing. So studio interference stinks to me. You know, anything.
They took risks back then, like even since like the 70s, to like the very early 2000s. People, the directors, and you know, they took risks. Producers all took risks. Now they don't even want to take a risk. They just want the money. They just want to talk about money. They want to see money.
And see, that's the thing I was mentioning too. Why I say, I don't mind a remake, but have some originality. I don't mind, you doing something remake. Maybe do something better with the original film did, but kind of bring up your own thing. Hell, look. Star Wars was an original thing, Terminator was an original thing, even Star Trek, when it was a show, it was an original thing, hey, Godzilla was an original thing.
You know
These
it.
things didn't start out as something on a paperback. They started out as an idea by someone. And it's like, okay, we're going to take a risk. We're going to see if we can make this happen. Okay, fine. It's like nowadays, Hollywood, the system just feels like originality is a curse. They make it seem like it's a curse. And I'm just like, man, come on. Don't always go through the channels of thinking that this should not be made. You don't know if it's going to work or not. Yeah, it could be a hit and miss. A lot of things are hit and miss.
Yeah, I agree.
You don't know who's going to like it and who's not going to like it,
But you know what the problem is? You got to think about this too.
Mm-hmm.
See, gone are the guys of the studios. Let's keep it a buck. Go back to in the 70s again. You had Alan Ladd running 20th Century Fox.
Mm-hmm.
He took a chance on Alien and Star Wars and all those ones, right?
Right.
Alan Ladd Jr., I think his name. Yeah, Alan Ladd Jr. You had other executives. Those executives all are dead and gone. And now you got put in. Now it's become a conglomerate. And now you're putting in again, like you did in Gundam. You're putting in clowns that are head of armies that really don't know what they're doing, and they're causing the product to fail.
It's made on an assembly line.
Yes.
Thank you. That's it. The word.
You said it, Anthony. An assembly line. That's exactly what it's become. It's just exactly that. Yeah.
And it's ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. This is why when you look at things like, if I was looking at the other day when he was talking about movies and stuff, it goes back to what me and you I talked about sci-fi.
Mm-hmm.
What I have a problem with is that now, not just with Hollywood, but the creators and the content creators on YouTube and everything else, instead of bad mouthing Hollywood, I got a better idea. Why don't they go ahead and talk about the things that are good, that people don't know nothing about, so they can get word of mouth and they can see it, and then now you got a following for that, because John Wick was word of mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Because John Wick was word of mouth, and look what happened to it. So if you have that like that, and that's one of the better films of the last 7 years.
Yeah.
Alita Battle Angel was word of mouth to me, because if it wasn't for that, I knew the story. That's why I wouldn't go and saw it. But it's all about those things. It's like comics right now. Everybody's complaining. Oh, they want to badmouth DC. They want to badmouth Marvel. Okay, fine. But what about the good stuff they're doing that no one knows about because they're being buried because you're too stupid to want to bring it up? But like I said, the problem is when you bring up good stuff, no one watches it.
Yeah.
But when you badmouth somebody, now you get the views.
See, you create that negativity all the time, and it's like, okay, why should I listen to this if the negative is outweighing the positive? Give more positivity so that people can get involved with these kind of things. It's that's a good point, Lynn. It's like, stop. Yeah, that's what I say. Stop bad mouthing all that. Just try to focus on what's positive, and you say, hey, they can. I put it like this: plant that seed, watch it grow. And it'll develop into something more than what you might have thought it would be.
So look, who's seen the new Friday the 13th fan film Roseblood?
I didn't know about that.
I've heard about it. I haven't watched it yet, Anthony. Is it good?
Yeah, without going into spoilers, they managed to tell a story where you care about the characters so much that you really don't mind that it's almost an hour 20 and Jason is just showing up. They focus so heavily on the characters that you get so invested in like them that much.
Wow.
Very good. I have to remember that. I have to remember that.
You have to look that up.
I haven't saved. I just haven't watched it yet. I mean, think about this.
It's free to watch on YouTube.
Good.
Did Pinky do that?
Peter Anthony did it.
Oh, Peter Anthony. Okay.
Oh, you know what? I forgot, guys. Now that he mentioned it, Gojira. What were you gonna mention about Godzilla earlier?
Oh, so they're going to continue the MonsterVerse in a TV show, and from what I understand, it's supposed to be almost like a documentary on the kaiju. So it's supposed to be like done like back then in like the BC times. But that's just one word I heard. Another word is supposed to follow Monarch, and they're supposed to be like studying kaiju as well. So there's many different stories going around right now, but they are going to continue the MonsterVerse on Apple Planet, I think the app is called, or Apple TV or something like that. So
Apple Plus, yeah.
Apple Plus now, but you know. If I need to download another app to watch more MonsterVerse stuff, I'm in, and yeah, that's what I wanted.
Oh, did they say they didn't give a specific time limit? Time they didn't give it like a specific
time
like
frame?
Time frame.
I don't think they did. It just said big breaking news with like little things, and you had to like click on a website with a bunch of cookies on it. I didn't really want to know. Give a cookie, so you know, let's find out.
Apple TV, according to the ad I'm reading.
Yeah, it is Apple TV.
Would be amazing.
If you got a Fire Stick, you can do a little bit of something here and there. You can still get to see.
Yeah, that's my plan. That's my plan. That's my plan.
Yeah, I ain't giving Apple none of my money. I'm sorry.
I already got a whole bunch of bills on top of bills, bro. So I can't afford another app. But
it says in a massive deal that expands Legendary's MonsterVerse, Apple TV Plus has ordered a new live-action series featuring Godzilla and the Titans. So if they just ordered it only a few hours ago, it's probably still being produced. So you probably got some time to save up to watch a couple episodes.
All right.
With all due respect, I'm not saying that to be fussy. I mean, all due respect.
I feel you. I feel you.
Peace out, Steven. Thanks for joining the stream, man.
Thank you for coming.
Take it easy, Steve.
Yeah, man. I mean, I wouldn't mind, man, but it's like, I mean, remember, when I got HBO Max, I got HBO Max only for that month, and then I canceled it right after they stopped showing Godzilla vs. Kong.
Oh, okay.
I had it for Godzilla vs. Kong and Zack Snyder's Justice League and DC stuff. There's not really anything else on there to watch. I'm in the process of thinking about canceling it myself, but then again, they have other movies coming out soon. So every time I think I want to cancel it, something new comes out. I'm like, oh, I'll watch this then. So
right.
Well, I got lucky because Cricket. I have Cricket, right? So and they give you HBO Max since I have the 5G plan and all that stuff.
Oh,
they said, okay, here's the free HBO Max for you. I'm like, okay, wow,
Yeah.
But see, here's the thing. I like to dig. So when I be digging through HBO Max, when I get to the Turner Classic Movie section, they have all the good stuff. They got like all the Miyazaki's and stuff. But what gets me is they actually have Hanzo the Razor on HBO Max. All three. And if anybody knows Hanzo, he's like the Japanese version of Shaft.
And I know that name, but like I said, I have not seen. Yeah, I haven't seen any of the shows of mine.
In the beginning of the first movie. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Shaft, you say, huh?
No.
He's like Shaft.
Phil's probably gonna jump on the stream.
Okay.
Cool. But yeah, if you look at Shaft, he's a samurai, like he's a cop. back in those days, in the Edo period, I believe it is.
Oh, okay.
And in the beginning of the movie, and you could see him when you hear that doo doo doo. They play this real funky music.
Wow.
I'm like, and then he's
Wow.
walking through town. He's doing all that kind of stuff, and he's a hit with the ladies. That's almost right.
When did this come out?
This was in the '70s.
Okay.
Same time along with himself.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, the craziness of that movie.
Yeah, dude. I mean,
it's fun. Though.
Remember, Linwood. Don't break the face, baby.
Yeah, pretty much. Wait a minute. He was like, "Get him, baby."
I'm gonna have to jump. I'm getting a little tired here.
Okay, Anthony.
Okay,
All right, Anthony.
Good
Hey,
job.
thanks,
Nice
thanks for joining.
Pleasure meeting you, brother.
Yeah.
I'll see
Thanks
you.
for joining, man. Thanks for joining, man.
No problem.
I'll get back with you.
Look forward to the next one. Bye.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right,
Take care.
man.
Meet
Take
you.
care,
We'll
buddy.
see you.
Peace
Be
out,
well,
man.
my friend. Oh, when are you going to do Kengan?
That one's gonna be after. That one will probably be after this consensus crew next after the Fight Club and
Club
perfect weapon, the perfect weapon.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So I got to make sure I check that out too because when you was putting those out, I was like, oh yeah. I said, oh yeah. I said those are fun to be a part of. When you said Kengan After, I lost my goddamn mind. I was like, yeah.
Kengan. Yeah, Kengan. I want to do Kengan on the consensus live stream series because it's martial arts. So
Yes.
that's why on consensus you want to try to keep it martial arts and thriller and action.
Right.
On consensus and here on Sci-Fi Society we can still keep it sci-fi, fantasy, stuff like that. So yeah, man. It's hard to do that. Yeah. Oh yeah. I always keep. That's what I'm saying. Like, just probably do it once a month, so that way it gives everybody time to catch up on the films or catch up on the series and stuff like that.
Right.
And like I said, I'm gonna have to start using my tablet, man. And right now when I left to go use the restroom, man, I found my tablet on the floor. I was like, what the hell happened?
Okay.
So I was like, what the hell?
The gremlins coming in there.
No. No, I might have. What do you call it? I might have because my chair is a recliner, so I might have probably when I got up, it probably brought the thing down when it pushed it down.
Okay.
But it's got a protective case, and it's got a protective case, and it's got the tempered glass. It has a tempered glass on it and everything. Plus, there's a rug. There's a rug, so it's nothing will happen to it.
Oh, thank God! Then you don't want that breaking, especially with expensive shit.
Yeah, don't hurt the face, baby. I'm just saying.
That's right.
Don't hurt the face, baby. Don't hurt the face, baby.
Yeah, dude.
Get him, baby. Oh yeah, but Kengan, hey man, Kengan, bro. I've been getting really hard into Kengan, bro, and that's I even want to buy. I even want to buy. I want to start buying the manga. I want to start buying the freaking manga, man.
Dude, listen, get that. I'm gonna tell you something else too. I've been going to Books A Million. First time I've ever been there. I would go to Barnes and Noble. Books A Million. I went there the other weekend, and I went to the anime section. Not anime. I'm sorry, manga. Man, I was finding all sorts of stuff to get my hands on. I was pulling books out. Kamen Rider. They had and I know that these omnibus they're having now. So the only one that I want all the way through is Vagabond right now. That's what I'm looking for. Vagabond, the one, and then it goes because my problem is I can get the first one, but then when you look again, it'll say 1, and then it'll say 4, 5, 6. I'm like, I need 2 and 3 too, man. Dang.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
there's a lot.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah, they're trying to. Well, what I heard because I did some research on Kengan Ashura, and there's a lot. There's a lot more. There's
There's
a
a lot more
lot
story.
more. Yeah, there's a lot more of the lore. There's a lot more of the manga and the
Yep.
comic than there is in the show, because the show there's only 2 parts. So, but they're trying to cram it all in. They're trying to cram it all into like 10 episodes. So
Well, I guess
it's
they're supposed to be making another season, though, right? They're supposed to be making another season of that.
yeah,
I
yeah.
heard.
Yes, I see. I saw online that it's that they're planning. They want to do it. They're supposedly they're gonna do it, and then I hear that they're not
Keep talking.
sure,
I'll be
but
right
then
back.
hold on. I keep hearing different things. They want to do it, and then they don't want to do it, or they're planning on doing it, but then there's the whole COVID thing. So
Make
I
a
don't know.
movie or anime version of it or something like that.
Yeah, King and Ashura. It's another animated series, but it's
Okay.
all about mostly about martial arts.
Ah, okay, there. I wouldn't mind seeing that. I mean, because like I say, I mean that I feel see, like anime is better, not so necessarily with the martial arts. I mean, I don't mind seeing it, but I do like it when they kind of space it out in terms of what the characters are doing something that's there. Because I don't know why it seems like martial arts works best in live action, in my opinion, but it can be portrayed in anime if they, like I say, if they do it right, like anything else. But
Yeah.
like I say, if they was to do it, I wouldn't mind watching that. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah. It's I get you.
And what happened?
No, it's just hold on.
We switched.
That's weird.
That's what I'm saying. What happened here? Now Matt's on top for some reason. I don't know. That's weird.
I don't know.
Oh well, I ain't complaining.
Well, I saw somebody trying to join. Somebody was trying to join, but I don't know what happened.
That's what I thought it was. I thought, was somebody trying to join?
Well, if I said film said he was gonna jump on.
Okay.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting on him.
14 likes. 14
Oh,
Wow! Holy shit, dude! Is that more? That's even more than consensus, bro. Holy shit!
This is what we're going to do for you, man, if I can help it. Next time we do a live stream and I get myself on there, I'm going to let all my people know. All my relatives, all my friends. I'm going to tell them, listen, just go on in there. I said, even if you don't do that, say like it or something, because a couple of my friends I sent the link to, and they went in there and they actually just texted me. A couple of them said they had to go to bed, but they said, this is a lot of fun. They said, I didn't know you guys did all this kind of stuff. I said, yeah, we do this every now and then. And they said that the bald-headed guy, he said that was my cousin. My old cousin said, yeah, the bald-headed guy meeting, he looks like you don't want to play with him. I said, he don't mess around. I said, no, he's straight. So, yeah, there's a couple people that did enjoy it, so that's a good thing. So I'm gonna try to keep that going for you, man, just to get a more of a fan base.
I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, man. Like, it's also because well, Gojira and Walter, man. Gojira has a pretty big following too, and I mean, some of his friends and people from the Godzilla community jump on too, and we all have similar tastes in what we like and stuff. So it's also good. But I was surprised when Gojira said, "Oh, we have 9 likes." I'm like, "Damn, bro, we're only not even an hour in." I was like, "How the hell did that happen?"
Yeah, like wow. It was like, okay.
Well, Gojira, do you have a YouTube channel?
Yep. Gojira A51.
Say it again.
Gojira A51. It's right there on the screen. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay,
yeah, Gojira 851.
I'm getting it right now.
Godzilla figure X Plus collector extraordinaire / badass. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I see the brother. I already subscribed. What I'm gonna have to do, man, Gojira, is I'll be getting some stuff, like ordering a lot of the X Plus stuff.
Oh yeah.
And I'll just have to one of these times I have to show you some of them, see what because I just ordered the 91 Godzilla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
The Sakai. So that'll be coming pretty soon. I had to dig for it though. Uh, but I got a bunch of them. I got a little bit of those different real ones I like, real small ones. Now something I do have though, I was very surprised that I was able to get it. Was I picked up the Daruger for Voltron. So it's a full metal one.
Oh yeah.
Everything's all done. It is Soul of Chikokin.
Okay.
Yeah, and man, I was like, I couldn't pass that up, and I got a Mazinger too, but
okay.
it's a little smaller, but the Soul of that. But here's the thing, I want that Battleship Yamato one.
Okay.
It has a little box where you press the button and it lights up in the back, everything. Because that was my show back in the day, man. That right there, that and Gotcha Man when I was growing up. Oh man, I always wanted the Phoenix. I tried to make one when I was a little kid with foil. That didn't work too good. But anyway.
You should try to make one. That's the thing.
Yeah, I tried that. That didn't work too good. It was, and then you try to paint it, and then it melts, and no. I tried to do the fiery Phoenix. I put gasoline on like a dummy. Fiery Phoenix.
Wow. You one of the few people who would actually go to the bat to try to do that, and say, I'm gonna see if this will work. It's like, no, it's not coming out right. But
look at. What's up, DJ Nubis?
DJ, what's up?
DJ Nubis. What's up, bro? What's up? What up, man?
What's happening, DJ?
Make that 15 likes.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Walter, do you have a YouTube channel, Walter?
I do. It's not that big. It's called Jedi Granville, like it was says there. Yeah, it's a small channel. I mean, it's kind of the same thing they do, but it's just it's small. It's small case. It's all I like to say.
Jedi what now?
Jedi Granville. Yeah.
Granville. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we got Lone Wolf coming in.
Okay. Oh yes, Mr. Brian. What's up, bro?
What's going on, fellas?
All right. How you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, the man, the myth, the legend is here.
Yeah, he is.
The kingpin himself.
What's up, she shicks?
What?
Here's trouble. Understand?
What's up?
Good friends with him for years. He's a good man.
Lone Wolf, or Don Lee lookalike. You know what I mean? What up, Dan?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to show off my sleeves, huh?
Yeah, man. Don Lee,
ay, perro.
What the?
Here we go.
I don't want to show off my huge arm because that would make Sentry jealous. So.
Sentry, don't make him salty, man. Don't hurt the face.
I never get jealous. I never get jealous, man.
Oh shit, that's funny.
Hey, Lone Wolf, did you
hear about that? You don't get peanut butter and jelly.
What was that?
You don't get peanut butter and jelly.
Nah. I'm a chill guy. I'm a chill person that likes to wake up in the mornings and watch the birds chirp. Watch the sunrise, hear the birds chirping, and sing Kumbaya. So yeah, it's pretty much.
You hear the lamentation of the women. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, good man. I like that. I smell gun smoke in the morning.
Oh,
hey, Lone Wolf, did you get what I sent you earlier?
Which one was that, sir?
You know the stuff that I made earlier?
Oh yeah, the steak with Brussels sprouts and the rice.
Yeah, them kids destroyed it. That's all I can tell you. It's gone. Cool. I looked up when it was gone, all of them.
Oh, so it wasn't no scraps or nothing like that. It's just
listen, you ever seen squirrels when they got and they got a little and they jaws was full?
Yeah.
That's all I can say about that, man. That's their jaws was full.
Well, that's kind of good because most people don't like Brussels sprouts. You know what I mean?
Brussels sprouts are bad, man. I love Brussels sprouts.
I put a little flavor with it, you know what I'm saying, to make it, put something with it.
Make it something different. Yeah, make it good.
Right now, when you guys were talking, I went to go get some grub. I grubbed on some freaking carne, some bratwurst, some freaking hot dogs, some what do you call it, cebollitas, grilled onions. And I was pigging out, bro. While you guys were talking, I was just freaking pigging out.
I know. I saw your jaw, bro.
I saw you.
Your jaw was working, wasn't it, Walter?
Yeah, dude, your jaw was moving faster than some other people were doing. You know,
I saw you. The cheeks was working. It
was like,
he was smashing it, boy.
Dude, I mean, it must have been good, though. Must have been good.
Yeah, trying to stay awake.
Oh, by the way,
I'm surprised you didn't get a meat coma.
I wanted to ask. Cynthia, I wanted to ask you something. I know you don't watch wrestling anymore, but there's a guy that I just love this dude. He was on Lucha Underground, and I've seen him in other things like MLW and stuff like that. But his name is Mil Muertes.
What's his name?
Mil Muertes.
Mil Muertes.
I know
he's sound like a wrestler.
He's a wrestler, but he's a Mexican. He's a luchador, but he's big. He's like 260 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit!
And this dude is huge. And his original name was Ricky Banderas when he first started.
Oh,
okay.
You know
what I'm talking about? He's probably like 6 foot.
Oh, that's all. Okay, I think he'd be taller than that.
I mean, yeah, this dude is like vicious. I love this dude.
Who's he wrestling for? Who's he wrestling for right now?
Well, he's wrestling with. He goes all over the place. He was in Japan. He was with MLW. He's called the Man of 1,000 Deaths.
Oh, okay. Mil. Okay, I know what you mean. Mil Muerte. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, that's it. I wouldn't say it right.
Okay, yeah. Because that means a mil. Mil means what was it? 1,000? Yeah, mil in Spanish means 1,000. So yeah, so it's 1,000 deaths.
Okay.
So yeah. So his name is Mil Muerte.
Let me get this right. There he is, right here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's a bad boy. Dude, he comes out and he wears this Aztec stuff. It's like when he comes out, I'm like, God dang! And he was like, there was a match he was wrestling with Phoenix, and Phoenix was going to do a jump. He jumped through the ropes to get to him. He just took his forearm and just dropped. It was like hitting a brick wall. He like crumpled up and on him and dropped to the floor. That was such a good match. I like Mil Muertes. And like I said, I didn't know he was at first because he was in Impact Wrestling as Judas Messiah at first.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
He must
be.
And
he left. And he left, and he went back, and he started doing. He was a Triple A champion, big fan favorite. Then he turned into Mil Muertes, and that was it, man. I like the dude. I like the ring appearance when he comes out. It's just fun to watch him, man.
Wow.
Yeah, Judas. Yeah, he was. Yeah, his name was Judas something.
Yeah, Judas Messiah or something like that, or Judas something.
Judas Messiah. Yeah. He was a triple A. He was a triple crown champion.
Yes, he had a big following too.
Yeah, Triple A is Mexican wrestling, lucha libre in Mexico.
Right. So
yeah.
But I had to throw that out there. I wanted to ask you about that. If you guys, like I said,
I know who. Yeah, no, he's been around for a while, man. And well, I mean that's the thing, man. Like if they would bring somebody like that into WWE, maybe I'll start watching it, man. But like, if you guys saw what's happening with WWE, bro, McMahon is firing all these people, bro. He's firing all these wrestlers, dude. Like these legit wrestlers. And I'm like, dude, like you're freaking. What are you doing, bro? You're trying to. I mean, either he's trying to save money, or or he just wants new talent, or he's trying to bring, or he's gonna try to bring. What do you call it?
You
He's gonna try to, what do you call it? Like, you know what I think he's gonna try to do? He's gonna what do you call it? He's gonna liquidize an NXT, and he's just gonna make it WWE.
I got a funny feeling, yeah, because you got Tommaso Ciampa down there and a few others down there, but when he got rid of Keith Lee and Karrion Cross, I was done. I was like, are you nuts? Those two? Really? Okay.
Well, here's a question for you. How I mean, when was the WWE really popular? I mean, because I haven't really heard too much of them. At least I haven't heard from them. I mean, nothing really spectacular from them in like 10 years or something like that. You know, maybe because I lost interest in them because they used to be like I say, badass. I used to watch them a lot, but I kind of lost the interest sometime later. So I'm like, have they really done anything that's off the cuff? I mean, as far as you know.
I mean, NXT was starting to do that, in my opinion, when you had, like I said, you had Keith Lee in NXT, you had Karrion Cross in NXT. You started getting these guys in there, but then Vince does the dumbest thing in the world and moves them up, but he doesn't do nothing with them. They're just cannon fodder for Roman Reigns, cannon fodder for a few other guys, like for the Miz, and I'm like, okay.
The Miz? The Miz?
Yeah, because
I remember.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
that dude was on the Real World, man. What the fuck, man, dude? Come on, man.
But his wife is hot, bro. His wife is hot, man.
I bet the wife is hot, but damn, dude. Oh God.
And she pregnant, but that's okay.
When you said Miz, I was like, dude. I mean, and I thought that dude was not going to be serious when I first saw him. Like, but he got on there. It's like, come on now,
Well, there's a lot of them do that. That's the problem I got with them. Okay. Look at AEW right now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm laughing because in every organization you got to have a big monster somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. So you have Miro. You got one of my favorites. You got my boy, the Murder Hawk Monster. Okay. You got Wardlow. You got what's that dude's name? Brother. He's with Taz and them, but you got those four guys right there, big guys.
Yeah.
Brian Cage.
Ryan Cage too. You never see them, or they rather showcase Adam Cole with his little skinny self, and them guys like that. And I'm like, it's like they want all the small guys to do all the work. I'm like, but no, you got these guys here. Use them. Miro's a beast. That's his name, Powerhouse Off. He's wasted right now. He's not doing anything, and he's losing to guys that are like this big. And I'm sitting there going, "Are you kidding me right now?" I was like, I mean, I like some things they're doing, but there's things that they're not. It's just to me they don't. It's like they don't want big men. They're just there for the cannon fodder to get the ratings, because Lance Archer should have had a title by now.
Oh yeah, I agree with you.
They're basically window dressing.
Lance Archer should have had one. I mean, come on, Lance Archer's a bad boy.
Lance Archer just made his return on TV. He's a heel, and he's going for the AEW title, but most likely he's going to lose to Adam Page.
Yeah, exactly. And
I'm not because you got a 6'8", 300-pound monster versus a 5'11", 180-pound guy, and you're going to have the little guy beat the big guy.
And my thing is, Lance Archer is so agile.
Yeah,
he gets on the top rope and does stuff. Yeah, I mean, give him a shot. I mean, like Miro. When Miro had that title, it's like all of a sudden here comes Sammy Guevara. I'm like, I ain't got nothing against Sammy because I like Sammy, but it's like Really? Okay. You got Brian Cage sitting around there. You got a guy that who do you know that's almost besides Keith Lee that's 300 almost what 290 some pounds doing flips like luchadors and stuff.
Wow.
And Keith Lee is over 300 pounds, and
Yeah.
he's flying everywhere.
Mhm.
You got Karrion Cross, who's like the meanest dude on the planet.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I just sit there and I just do this. I'm like, oh my god, what are you guys doing? I
Yeah, they
mean,
gave him this dumb gladiator helmet, and they took away Scarlet, and he came out to the ring. He lost his first match in like less than 2 minutes, and
yeah,
then
to who? Jeff Hardy.
they took everything that made him cool and
Kind of dumbed him down.
away, and they wondered why people stopped losing stock in him. And then they're like, "Oh, they lost stock. Get rid of him. We gotta save money."
Yep, Keith Lee did the same thing.
Yeah,
Think about all the indie stuff he did. He was doing power bombs. He was doing that thing called the spirit bomb.
yeah.
They didn't let him do it in NXT. They let him do it.
Well, here's the thing. He had a match with Dom Dijakovic, which that's the only match he ever did well. But Keith Lee was diving from the inside of the ring to the outside of the ring onto a guy sitting in a chair as well. As dangerous as that sounds, they made it look like it was so real and just so incredible way all those two work together. They couldn't possibly done that on the main roster. They just had to just bury them under, mountains of crap and do nothing with them, and then just fire Keith Lee, fire his wife, and then they keep the other guy, and he's not doing it. It doesn't make any sense. It makes zero sense.
Well, they was making a way for what's his name. They was making a way, and again, nothing against this guy. Well, they was making a way for Rick Steiner's son.
Okay, yeah.
That's probably what it was.
Because think about it, Braun Breaker, he shouldn't be called. It should be called Rick Steiner and call it a day. Braun Breaker, that don't even sound correctly.
Well, they don't want to bring up the Steiner name for some reason. They want him to stand on his own before bringing up anything Steiner related. So I think he's standing on his own. But now it's time to cross over because when you got announcers calling him the dog-faced gremlin-looking guy, it's like, who's the dog-faced gremlin? Rick Steiner. When you have him on live TV, like his uncle Scott Steiner, it's like, okay, it's time. Let's put that aside. Let's have this come out as a Steiner, and that'd be great. But now they're gonna drag their feet a little longer, which
But you know what?
they see it doing all the time.
You know what, guys?
Look what they did with the Authors of Pain.
Oh no!
Dude, the baddest tag team since the Road Warriors, the way they had them, and then they come out there to WWE. It's like, huh? Really?
You know what, guys? I'll say this. I just want to say this because I know, and I'm really like you guys are like, I'm really getting to your conversation. But I want to say there's one good thing I like about AEW, and I don't even watch wrestling, and that's what's her name? What's her name? What is her name? Jade Cargill.
Oh yeah.
She is a black beauty.
Oh yeah. I'm
in love with that woman. Even though she can probably she can body slam me any way she wants to. As long as it's on the bed. As long as it's on the motherfucking bed, she can do whatever. She can power bomb me. She can jackhammer me. I don't give a fuck. Well, not that way. But I don't give. She can. Here we go. She can do all kinds of wrestling. She can do all kinds of wrestling moves on me, bro. Because I love that woman, dude. She is so fucking beautiful, man. Like, I mean, wow, dude.
You know what? And what's going to need to happen with her, I think, too. She hasn't been there that long.
No.
So she needs some more under her belt as far as experience.
Yeah.
And when she gets it, because there's some things that are she's still learning. But I like her though. I like the aesthetics of her and everything. To be honest with you, I mean I'm a little tired of the other chick. What's her name? The woman's champion. Oh, what's her name?
Britt
I don't
Baker.
even know.
Oh God. Oh Lord. I'm like, once again, you're telling me she's gonna whip um Nyla Rose, she's gonna whip Abaddon, which is she's and everybody's sleeping on Abaddon, in my opinion. And Abaddon's a bad chick, man. She should be have a title run. But and I'm thinking, how are you winning all these? You're beating Thunder Rosa. No. I'm sorry. I just drives me up a wall. It drives me insane with her. So I don't know.
No, I'm just saying though, man. Like, I mean, I don't know who these other wrestlers are, bro. I have no idea. I just know who Jade Cargill is, bro. And I saw her just once. There, I saw her I think it was what do you call it? An interview on YouTube, and like I saw her, dude. She has blonde hair.
Right.
She's beautiful. She's a black woman who's beautiful as hell. And I was like, wow, dude. I was like, damn, like who is this chick? And say, oh, she's a wrestler. Like for who? I never seen her before. And that's when they said AEW. And I was like, oh, AEW. So that's the one that Chris Jericho and Dusty Rhodes grandson or son started from. Like it's on it's on TNT. It's on TNT now. And
TBS.
And TBS, I'm like, wow. So I mean, it's cool, but man, like any other wrestling, bro, like I don't even know, like I don't watch. I mean, I don't like Roman Reigns. I don't like Brock Lesnar. I used to like Goldberg. When he was, I used to like Goldberg when he was, like back in the early, maybe the WCW and early 2000s. But after I see him make all these comebacks, bro, and him just freaking getting injured and getting people fucking hurt and shit. I was like, yeah, dude. I was like, you got to retire. And then Sting comes back to AEW, and I'm like, oh my god, dude. I was like, wow.
But you know what, though? I want to be honest with you. That's been fun to watch Sting and them guys. Sting and Darby Allin have been fun to watch because Sting knows he's just having the ball. He's having fun, and I think that it works in that dynamic. Okay. So, and Sting's smart enough to know different things. So, and he doesn't come out all the time. Every so often he comes out, does his thing, and then he goes on about his business. So, I'm cool with Sting being there, but they're not making him the top bill, if that makes sense. He's not the champion. Yeah. He's there to help the young guys, is what he's there for. So, but like you said, though, to me, like you said, for example, we was talking about the Authors of Pain a minute ago. The author. Oh my God, DJ Anubis. Since you just said she can pull a train on me.
See that, baby. Oh man.
Yeah, I set myself up for that one, bro. But I said she hammer me, not fucking pull a fucking train on me.
Yeah,
hey, my brothers, I'm gonna have to let y'all go. I'm getting a little sleepy here, so
all right, Walker.
Just want to say thanks for me being on here. Thanks for the invite, and when we do it again, I'll be hopefully more rested up. But yeah, I gotta go. So,
Walker.
We'll
talk.
Nice meeting you, Linwell, and all y'all, man. I love y'all. Just let you know. Okay.
All right, my brother.
All right. Take it easy now.
Be well, my friend.
Look who just happened to pop in.
What's up, brothers?
What is up?
Himself. Look at him. Sweet Daddy Siki himself. Yeah.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for the invite. Sorry I'm late as usual.
So
what's up, man?
I take you're a fan of X-Men, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Jade Cargill did cosplay before she got into wrestling, and she cosplayed Storm from like the classic comics. Her new ring attire she did on the latest one show that she did where she won the title. She came out in her Storm costume.
I saw that.
So yeah, so I thought you get a kick out.
Ooh, my God, dude! Like I swear, I'm like close to obsessed with that woman.
Yeah.
Like that's how. Wow, dude! Wow.
Hey,
She's
watching that AEW. what's next to AEW, she's gonna come out. You gonna see him sitting there talking about, "Oh, hurt my face, baby. Break my face, baby.
Hit me, baby. Hit me, baby.
Hurt my face, baby."
Not the eye, baby. Not the eye, baby.
Why did I join the chat?
Oh my God, y'all are nuts.
Yeah, dude, it's just freaking hilarious, man. It's been like
Oh my
ever
God.
since we got done talking with Iron Blooded Orphans, bro. We just freaking say, hey, let's just fucking shoot the shit. So that's what we're doing right now, bro. So
Nice. So what's the topic at the moment?
Random.
Besides, don't hurt the face.
wrestling,
What do you want to talk about?
the dying how do you say it? The dying art of professional wrestling.
No,
Oh.
no, I don't want to talk about wrestling anymore.
Yeah, because we really let him have it. Gojira. We let him like what that?
Yeah, wrestling hurts my feelings nowadays. You know, it hurts my brain. It hurts my heart. It hurts my stomach. I don't want to talk about wrestling anymore.
Oh, Gojira's hurt. I don't know.
I'm just gonna watch,
I haven't kept up with
the
wrestling
next-
for a while, man. I'm all about the 80s, 90s. You know,
Man, I'm gonna go watch Lucha Libre.
grew up with the Ultimate Warrior, Hulk Hogan. You know,
Yeah.
the Rockers,
Mr.
The Rockers,
Perfect,
oh my goodness.
Mr. Perfect, Roddy Piper.
Bret Hart.
Was it Million Dollar Man? Was it?
Women.
Yeah.
Hakeem.
oh,
Oh, Akeem, yeah.
Jesus. What are we doing like this?
Oh,
Doing musical chairs?
yeah,
Yeah, of course.
Oh, Lone Wolf,
Everybody-
I forgot to tell you. I got your message about that double feature for Chuck Norris.
Mm-hmm.
You know I'm gonna order that right quick when they come out. When they say it's a pre-order. You know it's on. You know that already.
Oh yeah, I already know that, man. I mean, I got all his movies except for I don't have them on Blu-ray yet, except for maybe Lone Wolf McQuaid, Code of Silence, and Delta Force, and Missing in
Right.
Action on Blu-ray, but that's about it.
You know what? I want Hitman, bro.
Oh, I got that on DVD, but it's only in full screen.
Right, that's the only thing that sucks. It's not a. I don't know why they don't put that on Blu-ray. It don't make no sense.
Give it time.
You know who's gonna do it?
Will release it probably.
Kino Lober would probably do. You know, I'll tell you something else too. I never thought in a million years that I would get The Sword and the Sorcerer on Blu-ray at all.
Oh, I remember that.
And now, Shout Factory had pre-ordered it as for 4K,
Nice.
and I ordered that real quick. So yeah, that's the good man. I was like, I'd have never thought in a million years you'd see that, but I'm noticing these companies are spitting out all these movies. You know, so Vinegar Syndrome. I'm so
going
glad
backwards
you got
as much
it
as
over.
you are, man. I just barely
What's
got
that?
it. As you saw my Facebook post, I'm going backwards. I barely got my copy of Night of the Creeps.
yeah, I saw that.
I ain't mad at you about that. Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got
Old
that, and then
school,
I
dude.
got Revenge of the Ninja, Rage of Honor, and American Ninja in a 3-pack.
I got that. I got those. I got American Ninja 1, 2, and 4.
Okay, you don't have the third one?
No, I gotta get to a point where I want to grab it.
Okay.
I'll be watching it and I'll just go, this is bad. Oh.
Yeah, but you know what? I'd rather watch that than American Ninja 5.
American, yeah, I forgot about 5. Oh gosh,
Mm.
yeah.
You guys, have you checked out the Django app yet? Seems very cool, but
I downloaded that.
I heard about that app too.
I haven't checked it, DJ Nubis. I mean, I haven't gotten any more apps. Man. I just got Netflix and freaking yeah, that's it. All I got is Netflix.
I downloaded it on my phone.
Mm.
I just got to see if it, you know what I mean? Because when I'm out somewhere or when the kids are watching something that I really loathe, I can just put that on, on my tablet or whatever.
Mhm.
You know, hey, listen, I got girls. Don't get me wrong, my girls like what I like, but it's sometimes they get I forget they're girls and they're going, oh, I want to watch this. Well, you go ahead. I ain't watching that.
True.
What's wrong, Lily? You don't want to watch Hannah Montana?
No, they don't watch that either. They hate that.
Damn,
They
Hannah
watch,
Montana's old, bro.
Dude, no, check this
yeah,
out. My homie gave me a box of DVDs the other night, and he
no,
has like 3 girls. No, wait, 4 girls, and he put in
Oh
Hannah
shit.
Montana like Care Bears up in that box. Man, straight to Goodwill.
yeah, that's not. Yeah, my kids at least a little into like like Bloody Bunny and all that stuff like that comes on
Yeah,
YouTube. So
yeah.
my kids are a little strange, so that works for me. We're
Mhm.
good.
So, Lenwood and Gojira, how do you guys feel about Cobra Kai season 4? Because we already had a little discussion about that. How do you guys feel about it? Any
Yeah.
prediction?
Honestly, I haven't watched Cobra Kai. I
Okay.
watched the ending of season 4 though because I do like the character Terry Silver. So just by watching that, that's another show I need to go back and watch as well.
Okay.
And yeah, looks interesting. The way how it left off, what I saw, where they got John Kreese, arrested.
Framed. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
framed. There you go. So yeah, and I like the scene where Terry Silver's like, I was on so much cocaine back in the 80s. I don't know what was going on. It's like
Yeah.
they were owning it. I'm glad they owned it. So
Seriously.
Yeah, but I think
you
he's a
know,
schizo, man. I think he's got a split personality, bro. He's a schizophrenic or some shit.
well, Terry Silver, if you look at him from the original Karate Kid 3 and now, his thing is with Terry Silver always wanted to. He likes to fight. He likes to put things in
Yeah.
that perspective of I want to fight, 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 fight. And he needed something to trigger him, like Grease. Grease had to get something to get him back into the game, and Daniel was the key. And then he's like, "Oh, Daniel," because he never conquered Daniel. So
Yeah.
now, I got something to fight for now. You know what I mean? But I always did like his character. But I like the actor anyway. Almost Dean Griffin. I always liked
Yeah,
him
he's
anyway.
great.
Yeah, he's a good dude. He's a cool dude. I wish he had. I wish Hollywood would have gave him a shot,
Yes.
and they didn't. And I thought that was kind of stupid that they didn't. I was like, but again, what do I know? But Cobra Kai, it's a good show. Now I want to see but what I want them to do now is take it a step further because they've been pulling off the nostalgia stuff
Mhm.
in the first 4 seasons, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
Now let's take it to another level. So Daniel, since he knows Miyagi Do karate, take it to another level now. So now Daniel needs to put his spin on it because that's what Miyagi did with his family. Just
Push.
to get it, take it another level more with the martial arts and stuff. At least in my opinion, it should be.
I feel that's gonna
Um,
happen, right? With Chosen coming in.
Chosen.
Chosen, yeah, but see that
Chosen.
Chosen. But now, women, what was the kid that Daniel fought in the third movie?
Barnes.
Mike Barnes.
Mike Barnes.
Now is Mike Barnes going to show up now too?
Oh, he's
I
gonna
think
show up.
so.
They're gonna
I
bring
think
him
He
in.
was,
he's going to be in. I have
for
a feeling he's going to be in. He has to be.
Yeah,
Complete
they
the
have to bring him
circle.
for Terry's like right hand man since Kreese is not there anymore, right?
Mhm.
Right.
For now,
Yeah,
for now.
for now.
But I still think that like I said, I did, and you're right. Chosen comes in, but like I said, to take it to another level with the martial arts,
Mhm.
I want to see that. In other words, I want to see them evolve now. Is what I'm looking to see
Well, I
and
think
evolve more.
Kreese will redeem himself. I was telling Century and Film about it that I think Kreese will eventually redeem himself.
That could be a possibility. That would be a nice little twist
Yeah.
on the story
Mhm.
if he does redeem himself. But you know what I mean. I'm looking at it like how remember Sonny Chiba when he did that one where he was a soldier and he left the war and he was teaching the people martial arts
Mhm.
and how he developed the system. I forget what movie it was, I like to see him taking in that kind of direction.
Mm-hmm.
He's helping the kids, but also now more kids, more people. Just to give a little more flavor to it. And then there he would, and the opponent the opponent that you fight, you may have to do something a little different than what you've been doing. Kind of like in Rocky 3, when Rocky had to change his whole way of fighting or add to his repertoire to be able to be Clubber Lang. Something like that, I think. That's all.
Hey guys, I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, good.
All right,
Cobra. I mean, well, it's like I mean, remember in season 3 that Cho-san told Daniel that Miyagi-Do was not just about. He said, oh, Miyagi-Do is just about defense, and then Chosen's like, who said that?
Right.
And that's when, that's when Chosen said that even in Miyagi-Do karate, even if we have to, how do you say it? Where we have to, what's that shit called? Like if you have to make a person, what do cops do? They have to maintain a person. They have to subdue a person. You could subdue a person, but even in Miyagi-Do, there's ways they can kill somebody.
Right. Yeah.
He said it.
You're right. They're just not defense, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So and more important, be like water. Be like water. That's all I can say. Yeah. If they can be like water, because with Bruce Lee, he knew Wing Chun, but he added to Wing Chun.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was looking at. And I'm thinking with Miyagi-Do should be, you have the foundation, now add to it.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. The whole series has been about self-reflecting and becoming something better. It happened with Daniel and John. It increases next.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point, DJ Anubis.
Great point, DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I can see like Kreese coming together with Johnny Lawrence, for the first time since the first movie, right?
Right.
Oh man, we'd love to see that. And then you got Terry and Mike Barnes together. Woo! And then you got Daniel and Chosen, right? It's all like partner up. We'll see.
You know what? Hold on. You got to. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. You have a point. Daniel and Chosen, Hawk, Silver Barnes, Tori, freaking Robbie, Johnny, and Kreese.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. Woo.
And I like Hawk anyway.
Yeah, I love his character arc in the whole series. Right?
Yeah.
Hawk is the best character arc.
Yeah.
I feel
he had the most redemption. He went through the most shit, dude. But at least he got what he deserved, which was winning the title, winning the championship.
Hawk a bad boy though. I give him that because it's important. Like we talked about it earlier with Iron Blood Orphans. It's character development.
Yeah.
And this show does have character development, I have to admit. And that makes a difference. So I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I'm cool with it.
Tori is a sharp.
That's my lady.
Lone Wolf already called dibs.
Hey, Phil, remember when we were talking about a while back, or like last year, we were talking about a Cobra Kai and we were saying that freaking Lone Wolf was like, oh man, Tori's hot. It's like, dude, do we even know how old she is?
Thank you. Yeah, Lone Wolf.
Hey
bro.
Man, don't blow his spot, bro. Come on, don't put him on blast like that.
We already knew she was over 18, bro. We were just fucking. We were just fucking.
Wait a minute. Since you brought that up, Century. Since you brought that up, that was something I forgot about Iron-Blooded Orphans. Remember the blonde-headed guy from Gilgamesh? They betrothed him to a kid.
Who?
Remember? Okay. What's the how do you say their names again? The Galrus or something like that it's called.
Oh, the turbans.
No, not the turbans. The dude,
Galahorn. Galahorn.
yeah, yeah, the Gallahorn. Okay, remember the blonde-headed guy I told you about? Remember and he he has respect for Mika. Okay,
Yeah.
as a gentleman. Remember, he's betrothed to a 9-year-old. I mean, to a real little kid. Remember?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm like, ew.
Yeah, that was. I mean, but
I forgot about that. That creeped me out, bro.
yeah. That you know what that was. That was a part we didn't. I didn't. You know what? I'm surprised none of us remembered that. But you know what?
I thought about that.
That was kind of unsettling when I first saw it. Like when I first saw it, it was
Yeah.
unsettling. But what I think it's like, I mean, shit, even in all kinds of all places all over the world, bro, they do that shit. They have plan, they have what do you call it, arranged marriages. And yeah, it's unsettling as fuck. It's fucking it's cringy as fuck, bro. But I mean, shit, I forgot. I can't believe all of us forgot about that. Holy, none of us mentioned
Yeah.
that shit.
I just thought about
But
that.
I mean,
Ew.
But I mean, the only good thing I can say is about at least he never tried anything, and he never tried
No.
he never tried any advances on her. So I guess that kind of like, and what was good is that yeah, they showed that on the TV show, but they didn't put a lot of time into it.
No, very brief. And one thing about him, he even said, I'm not comfortable with this,
Yeah,
because of how young she is. But he said he didn't have a choice. So,
yeah,
I
yeah.
get
His
it,
dad, his adopted father is the one that set up the whole arrangement,
which stinks. I think that's, I hate when they do that. I just,
and he
why
treated.
you want
But
to,
you know what's funny? He treated her like a, what do you call it? Like a, how do you say it? Like he treated her like a little girl. Like he treated her like she was a little girl. Like he
right,
knew
right,
he has that decency where he doesn't do any kind of shit like that. And he's like,
right,
he even said it, like he even said it like to his friend, the guy with the purple hair. He said, "Man, the only reason why my father arranged the marriage was for him to further his power over the
exactly.
over the organization." So that's the part that we totally forgot about that shit. Well, we'll mention that one in part 2.
Oh, we are, because I ain't forgot about that mess. Oh, yeah, most definitely.
Yeah,
We in it. We win it. So,
but
oh my
remember,
goodness.
man, but it's funny. Yeah, it's funny shit, dude. That's what I like about, like you said, about the Iron Blooded Orphans. There's so many directions they went in that fucking series,
Yes.
and it's like fuck, bro. But yeah, but
I didn't know they were going to go there either. I was like, whoa. So, yeah, I get you.
yeah, dude. So, but yeah, well, and then now we got next, and now after this, we got we got to do consensus. We got to do consensus, and then after that, we got to do we got to catch up with Gojira 851 and Pathfinder and Troy, because it's Gojira's turn to do Pathfinder and Troy. So
Oh, I can't wait to hear this one.
yeah, Pathfinder. Yeah, you can join if you want to, bro. You can jump on that stream too. So there's nothing wrong with
When
that.
is that
So
going to be? When is that?
that one is to be determined, because they're both to be determined, because we're going to try to do one every month. So
Okay.
next
Keep me
in
posted.
February, February is going to be consensus with the hit squad, the one and only hit squad, and then you guys are more than welcome to join too. So it's like we just got to plan a date. We got to plan. It'll probably be. It depends on Lone Wolf and Film, if they want to do it, like say the first 10 days, or maybe the 10th of February, or they want to do it on the 20th, or they want to do it on the 27th or 28th. It depends on when them, if they're their schedules, they're busy. There's how it depends on you guys. So when you
Well, I'm
guys
gonna
are
say
ready
this.
for it,
You guys keep me posted. I'm all about that life, man.
yeah,
You
I
know
mean, you
about
guys,
that.
like you said, Yeah, you guys can jump on if if Gojira's not doing nothing, he can jump on. Lin, what do you want to jump on? If Walter wants to jump on, it's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool, bro. Cause shit, dude, the perfect weapon, bro. Perfect weapon.
Mhm. Two badass movies. We got two badass movies coming up, man.
Yeah, Fight Club, bro.
Perfect
Fight
weapon.
Club and Perfect Weapon.
Hey, Century, we can't talk about that. Okay, it's a movie we can't talk about.
Yeah, we can't.
It's a club we can't talk about. Remember?
And it's always fun to talk about stuff with you guys anyway. Because
he already knows about it. I already posted it on freaking Facebook.
Guys, he doesn't get what we're talking about. He doesn't get it.
He doesn't get it. Oh my god.
He'll get it. Don't worry. He'll get it. Don't
He'll
worry
get it.
about it. It'll come.
He hasn't seen it
It'll
in a while.
come. The force is strong with the young man.
I haven't, what is it I don't get? Now I'm lost.
No, not you. You got it.
Oh man, that's funny.
Listen, it doesn't. Either way, you ain't gonna hurt your face, baby. So you be all right.
Oh yeah, yeah. Keep it pretty. Keep it pretty.
Get him, baby.
You know what?
Get him, baby.
I just noticed something. See, in my time frame, that's one thing about y'all guys. Y'all are over in like Central or whatever y'all are, like East. What is it? Pacific time, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm Eastern, and it's 12:30, and I need to get that off because I got to go to work in the morning.
Okay.
I just forgot about that. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to, but I gotta get some sort of sleep.
Yeah, man. No. Hey, man. Well, like I said, it's always an honor and a pleasure to have you on the Sci-Fi Society and on my channel in general, man. And like I said, every single single team needs the wise man, and you're the wise man. So,
amen.
I'm saying to that, bro. There's only one preacher, bro. There's only one preacher. That's it, bro. So, like I said, I'll keep you updated. I'll keep you updated on everything I got coming. And like I said, there's gonna be one every month. So I'll always keep everybody updated. So it gives all of us time to whatever we're gonna work on. It'll give us time to get to watch it and everything, brother.
Yeah.
Oh man, thank you.
Brother, always let a brother know what's happening. I'm right with you. Gojira, it's always good to see you, sir.
Let's go see you as well.
Lone Wolf, you already know how, man. You know how we roll, bro.
Yes, we do.
Mr. Fanatic,
Sir.
as always. Yes, gentlemen, have a good evening, and thank you again for letting the guy come on that don't know much. I appreciate it.
No problem, brother.
You ever seen the film Pale Rider?
Yes, of course.
Okay, just checking.
Oh yes, man, please. Are you kidding me? Pale Rider? Yeah, good movie.
Okay.
Especially you know what my favorite scene is?
What's that?
Is when Moriarty Moriarty is an actor. He plays it. They're talking, and him and his wife are fussing.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, she says, and you just went and agreed with them what they said, Hall. And he said, I spoke my mind. And he said, and I don't regret it, woman. And I fell out laughing. I was like, get out of here. But that's a good movie. Pale Rider's a good movie. It's a fun movie.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I don't have the hat, though, the horse. But, you know.
Preacher.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Listen, be well, be safe, be blessed. And more importantly, you know, don't hurt the face, baby. That's all I'm saying.
Don't hurt the face, baby.
Get him, baby.
Get him, baby.
Face, baby.
All right, baby. Peace out, man.
Be well, guys. Take care.
Good night. Have a good night, brother. Have a good night, man.
Take care,
all
brother.
right. Holler at me later. Be cool.
Take care.
And there were four.
Yep.
The four horsemen of apocalypse. The four horsemen of apocalypse. Ooh.
I saw earlier you guys were talking about remakes, right? I believe Gojira mentioned The Blob, was it?
Yes.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I love that movie. 1988, man. Did you know that's directed by Chuck Russell, who also directed Dream Warriors?
Ooh.
Really? I did not know that. That's my favorite nightmare.
And me too.
Yeah,
Me too.
that's
Yeah.
everybody's favorite. That's everybody's favorite. That's my favorite. That's the first. That's the first time I saw. I was like 8 years old. That's the first time I saw real titties. Yeah, 8 years old, and I'm watching. 8 years old, and like, what is that? Oh, okay, now I know what they are.
Yeah.
Well, film, he also directed Eraser, right?
Yes, he did. Chuck
Wow.
Russell. Yeah.
Yeah.
With Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah,
Wow.
he directed Eraser too.
You lucky.
You are released.
Oh my god, dude.
Century. We can't.
And
We
I'm
can't
not even-
contain the beast. We can't contain
And
the
I'm not
beast.
even. And I'm not even drinking, bro. I'm 100% cold, stone cold sober, dude.
Oh, much props, brother, and respect. It's
Yeah, dude.
yeah, that's good, man.
I don't
Keep it
even
going,
have. I
man.
don't even have. I don't even have this much fun when I'm fucking drunk.
Keep it going, man. Yeah.
No, yeah, but no, the Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3 was that was a badass one, because I saw, like I said, I don't know if I told you guys before, I saw that one first before I saw 1 and 2.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because my well, like I said, my what's up?
I watched the third one, then I watched the first one, then I saw the second one, I got sad, and then I watched the rest of them.
Yeah, I saw I like Part 4 better than Part 2. That's for damn sure.
Oh hell yeah! I like
yeah.
Part 5 better than I like Part 6 better than Part 2. Okay, the one with the 3D glasses. Yeah, I like the 3D one better than Part 2.
Yeah, man. But no, it's weird because, like I said, my sister is like 8 years older than me, so she was already watching all that stuff, and I happened to walk in the room one time when she's watching it, and boom, that's when I saw the pelotas. So that's what it was, bro. And
That's when you became a man, huh?
yep, like no, but now
What you guys think of the first one, the classic with I feel who was it? Johnny Depp, his first movie, actually.
It's good.
Yeah.
I met
all the
Heather
blood,
You met her?
all the blood,
Yeah.
man.
Where?
You got a nightmare? Oh wow.
Over in Orlando, they had Spooky Empire at a hotel, and I met Kenpachiro Satsuma, the suit actor for the Heisei Godzilla, and my ex-wife went over to meet Heather Langenkamp. That she actually, invited her to sit down and talk for like a half hour while I stood in line.
That's freaking badass.
Oh, wow.
That's so cool. Was Robert Englund there too?
No, he wasn't.
Oh,
I wish.
I wish, right?
Damn, bro. DJ Nubis, you're on a roll today, bro. God damn.
DJ, come on.
I know, bro. Shit. I got like
No,
7. I got like 7%. Where I got like 70% left on my tablet. But I mean, shit. You want to jump on? You can go ahead.
Come on, DJ. Hey guys, get him on. Come on.
Come to the dark side. Come to the dark side.
Come to us. Yes. Anubis, get to the
Nah, but
chopper.
that's cool, man. Heather, that's the one. Heather Langenkamp's the one. She's the one that played Nancy, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, that's. I mean, the part I'm always gonna remember from part 1 is when the freaking blood just hits the freaking ceiling.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was great.
I was like, wow, like that was That's when
Yeah.
you're like, shit, dude. That's like real shit, bro. I was like,
Johnny Depp gets sucked into his waterbed.
oh,
No,
into the.
They interviewed him about. I remember when they interviewed him about that. It's like, what happened to you at Nightmare on Elm Street? I got sucked into a bed.
Oh, way too late. All right, we'll keep him up. We'll keep him up too late. That's what he says. Yeah, because he lives in Maryland. He lives in Maryland, bro. So in Maryland, it's like in Florida. It's 2 hours ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So it's already like it's 10 here, so it's already 12 over there.
Yeah, almost.
Hey man, just get that Terry Silva, man. Keep you up.
Right.
Keep you going. Speaking of Terry, man, damn, he looked good though, right? For his age, he still got it.
Mm-hmm.
You see his kicks?
Yep.
Dude, that fight with Johnny Lawrence was awesome, man.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
he isn't he? Doesn't he like actually in real life like still practice?
Yeah, he's a martial artist.
He's a
But I don't
martial
know if he
artist, yeah.
competes, but I know he's a martial artist.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
He's legit, bro. He's legit. I mean, of course, he's a lot slower because he's older. But I mean, shit, he's like what? He's like almost what? He's like 60. No, he's like six. Almost what? Yeah, he's almost like 67. Shit.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's still
dude, anybody-
small too. So
Hey,
So-
Century, DJ Anubis is asking to send him the link.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, any movies you guys are looking forward to? This year actually. Yeah.
the Batman,
Oh yes. For
and,
sure, yes.
and Black Adam as the Northman.
Oh, I know
Yeah,
that was
that
bad.
was
It's like that
good.
Viking movie,
Good.
That was
right? It
good.
looks like a Viking movie,
It is.
right?
Yep.
With
Yep.
Skarsgård. Man,
Yep.
that trailer, dude. When he caught the spear and threw it back, I was like, I gotta watch this shit, man. Yeah.
Yeah, dude, friggin' now. Well, I'm not. I'm kind of. I mean, I mean, Batman's always gonna be probably, for me the top character for DC aside from Superman. But I'm just damn, bro. I'm just kind of oversaturated with all the Batmans, dude.
And it's gonna be 3 hours long.
Yep.
Oh, is
I
it?
heard on
Yep.
Collider. I heard from
What?
Collider it's gonna be 3 hours
They
long.
keep announcing it's gonna be like the second longest comic book movie.
3 hours for Batman, the new one?
Yeah, with
Oh
Pattinson.
wow, dude.
Well, yeah, think about it. They got Harvey Dent, they got Penguin, they got Riddler, they got Catwoman, they have Batman, they got all these characters are cramming on. And also they're saying that there's this one actor who likes to smile a lot, and they say that he's going to be Joker. So,
What up,
What is
fool?
up, Nubis?
Oh, DJ Anubis, welcome.
Anubis.
Huh?
What's up, Anubis?
How you doing?
Good, man. You?
Just having a beer, listening to you fools.
So, what did you think of Batman? You looking forward to it?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I really love the Nolan trilogy, and I haven't been that crazy about what DC's done since then, outside maybe like the Suicide Squad that just came out not too long ago. But I'm intrigued by Pattinson. It's a little bit more of like a noir type of Batman, so it's really interesting looking. So I'll check it out, see what it's all about.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I feel like Colin Farrell's gonna kill it. You know, the villains like Paul Dano as the Riddler. That guy's a great actor. I mean, also Colin Farrell. I mean, the cast is amazing. You know. Yeah. 3 hours? 3 hours though? Woo. So that means a lot of character development. So that's cool.
So Colin Farrell is gonna be the Penguin?
Yeah, he's gonna be the Penguin, and Paul Dano's the Riddler.
Yeah.
Well,
they probably took some of their points from Justice League when they did the 4-hour thing. So they said, "Oh, we're gonna make everything that long now, so that everybody likes it."
Yeah.
Well, it is. Well, like film said, it's enough. That should be more than enough time for freaking character development and background story.
Well, how long was Burton's Batman 2? Because that sometimes was the problem. You had too many characters. There's not enough time to get to know everybody. So maybe that's why they're doing it this way now.
Batman Returns. Batman Returns wasn't. You know what? That was kind of long. That was kind of a long movie.
Batman Returns is 2 hours and 6 minutes.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Good call, DJ Nubis. Good call, man. I didn't think about that.
Well, I was just trying to think back because even after that, when they started doing the shitty Batman and Robin, like you had like 20,000 characters, you know.
That's Trado's favorite. That's Trado's favorite Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, man. We should say we're from Bat Nipples. Yo.
He loves the bat nipples.
It's like an odd piece.
Just gonna go.
In mine, I'm Batman.
Oh god.
Seriously. Oh god, that was so bad. The back credit card.
Horrible.
That's funny, bro.
That's horrible, man. Oh my god.
Nah, but I mean, like I said, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing another. Okay, now that I thought about it, okay, now I'm glad. I'm a little bit like more better off now for the new Batman because we haven't seen a Penguin character in a live action film from Batman in years.
Yeah.
So that is something to expect, and the Riddler too. That's something to expect. But I mean, who knows, man? Maybe right now I'm not interested in it. But maybe when I see it, I might change my tune. So, that's what I'll say. But I'm just kind of oversaturated with Batman, man. Because like Batman, so many Batmans. I'm like, but like I said, who knows? Maybe I might change my tune when I see it.
I think a lot of people are kind of tired of it too because like there's so many characters that you can work with in DC that they're just continuing to push out Batman when you could kind of like explore other characters that are out there. Like I think is because Gorgia mentioned Black Adam. Is that one of the DC characters?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's kind of like the way you want to go and try to introduce some of these other guys and gals.
That's true.
Yeah.
So I take it. Gojira's more. I take it. So Gojira, are you more excited for Black Adam than the new Batman?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the Batman looks good, but I've seen so many adaptations of Batman. I could have gone a couple more years without seeing another one, but they just want that Batman money. So okay. But Black Adam is something new, something fresh. The Rock has spent the past 10 years like overhauling his body and like turning himself into the Boulder, not really as a Rock anymore. So he's going to be perfect for Black Adam. The only thing that they didn't do with Black Adam, they didn't give him the Goblin years, which I'm glad they didn't do because that looked a little goofy in the comics. But I think he's going to do great.
Yeah.
And just the one scene that they showed where he like awakens the first time and then they shoot at him and he like catches the bullet and he just rises up with lightning all around him and it just says Black Adam's like sold. Where's my money? All right, throw money at it. Just give me a ticket. I'll see it. Flash, I'm not down with it. With Flash, I think Flash looks. No, I don't want it. I don't want it.
Did you like the Flashpoint Paradox? Was it animation?
Oh, the anime, yeah, it was good. I thought some of the character designs were weird. Like, why is Superman's head the size of a grape but his body's the size of a watermelon? But other than that, it was good. I like what they did with Thomas Wayne, and the book that is based off of is really good as well. I mean, of course, they had to trim it down a lot, but Martha Wayne is supposed to become the new Joker because Bruce dies. So yeah, that would have been interesting to see. But they had to cut that down a little bit. But yeah, it was good.
Yeah,
I just recently checked out the Harley Quinn cartoon on HBO Max. Have you guys seen that?
I've seen something. It was really funny.
Yeah, I enjoyed that. It was pretty good.
I like Bane.
Yeah. Sounds just like Bane too.
Yeah, all great characters, man. Harley Quinn. Yeah. I'm just hoping that DC like redeems Green Lantern, man.
Yes, fix. See, he was supposed to be in Zack Snyder's Justice League, but DC and Warner's like, no, you can't have him.
Which Green Lantern? Do you know?
John Stewart.
Oh, I love John Stewart. Yeah.
Yeah. And they actually had test footage of showing it, and they like cut that at the last minute, and they put in Martian Manhunter for that scene. So, what are you gonna do?
Okay.
What did you guys think of? You guys already seen all you guys have seen the Snyder cut, then, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the Martian Manhunter at the end?
Loved it. It breaks my heart that they're not going that direction anymore, but I loved it.
Yeah, it was dope.
Wow.
It was great.
I was surprised, man. I was like, who the hell is this? Who is this guy? I don't even know who the hell this guy is.
Mm-hmm.
Until I saw his face and his skin, I was like, no freaking way. And then I was like, the Martian Manhunter is like, dude, like that dude's like pretty much almost as strong as Superman.
Mhm. Yeah.
Depends on
he's
who's
badass.
right.
No, that's true. But I mean, hey, but it was cool, man.
Is Ronan feeding his face again?
That's what he does best.
You should have seen me.
I see him on video. He's got food.
We shouldn't call him Lone Wolf Ronin. We should call him Lone Wolf Cooking. That's all he does.
You should have seen. You should have seen me earlier, man. Right after we finished talking about Iron Blooded Orphans, I started freaking. I got a big ass plate of freaking food because my dad grilled bratwurst, freaking steak, freaking grilled onions, hot dogs, freaking bratwurst, more bratwurst. I was just picking out, bro. Turned into a
living the high life over there.
I know, man.
Pretty much, man. So
By the way,
What
man, I love the interview, DJ Anubis.
Oh, thanks.
Oh,
With Century.
yeah, it was badass,
Yeah,
man.
That was really great, man. I enjoyed it. I'm like, who is this? Who's this guy?
Oh, and you guys, just so you know, you're the first ones to know this. Next Friday, Neko and I are actually interviewing Samurai.
Oh, sweet.
Oh,
Cool.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, we're looking forward to that. That's going to be fun.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm glad you started
yeah,
those videos, man. It's a great idea. Yeah. My next one's I want to watch is Tony the Dead.
Oh, yeah. He was our first. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
Food. Did you bring bump for everybody, Ronan?
I know, man. You selfish bastard. Woo, what is that? Pork rinds?
Dude,
Chicharrones. He brought some chicharrones, Holmes. Damn.
With some chili and lemon.
Oh, he knows how to.
Ay, perro.
Come and get it.
Of course,
but it was.
He's on that.
Yeah, but it was cool, man. It was cool when he did that. When he did the interview, man. I wish I could have elaborated a little bit more on Titanosaurus, Megalon, and Batra and Rodan because I should have given Megalon and Batra more credit, man, because I like all of them. Like I really like all of the.
I don't know. I thought that was a good answer, like Rodan. That was it.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Well, I mean, Rodan would win. I'm just saying that, like, I should have given a little more credit to Batra because Batra's not a pushover, But I was just like, neither is Megalon. But I mean, it's just, but it was those questions, man. Those questions had me freaking. They had the freaking screening, bro. I had my fucking shit, dude. And I was like, but it was cool because I was surprised how many people. It has like 53 views. I was surprised. I was like, damn, I didn't know that many people, are watching it. We're gonna watch it.
You're a popular guy.
No, not, dude.
I'm way at the bottom. All three of you, man. Century, Neko, and Anubis. But they came prepared with those questions, huh? You were stumped.
Yeah, dude.
I was so waiting until we got to the battles because I was like, oh, he's gonna hate me so bad when I do that.
Yeah.
Nah, it wasn't that bad. It actually, like I said, it was good. It was good to get my mind get my mind going, man, because I haven't had any. Or sometimes even when like me, Walter, or Gojira like have streams and it's just us, it's like we hardly ever talk about battles between the kaijus. You know what I'm saying? We hardly ever have like conversations like that. So that was a good how do you say it? Get your mind going to get your mind going really, like, for real, dude. I was surprised, and they were tough. They were kind of they were kind of tough questions, man.
Yeah,
I was like, shit.
I was sitting there going through. I'm like, let's see, we got this matchup or this matchup. It's like these are pretty good. I would have had a hard time with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Nah, but it's cool, man. I appreciate it, bro. I appreciate it, man. So you're gonna have fun with Samurai, man. That's gonna be a good one.
Yeah, that's gonna be a ball.
You got your questions down already for Samurai? No?
I have some that I've been toying around with in my head, but yeah, I'm gonna have to sit there for a little bit and
nice.
Because I want to kind of get him off guard too. I just haven't figured out how I'm gonna do it yet.
You will. That's why you're DJ Anubis, man.
Yeah.
And then you guys were talking about dog soldiers. I was like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why I did the whole thing. I was like, dude, seriously? And really?
That was the best. That was the best.
Yeah, I had to buy it though, but I ended up buying. I bought the special edition, the thicker Blu-ray one with the 2 discs.
Oh, nice.
I bought that one, and dude, I knew I was gonna like it because it's like the same thing, like you said earlier, like you said in when you did the interview with me, DJ, that it's like sometimes we pretty much like all of us, if we don't like something, the majority of the time, if one of us doesn't like something, the other person ain't gonna like it. So, but sometimes if we, like you said, objective, like an objective view on films, but the majority of the time when we all like something and we agree with it, we all like it. So
Right.
that makes sense. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes
Like,
you
I mean-
guys will talk about things you've seen before me, and I'm like, if you all thought it was trash, I'm not even gonna bother. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
I know it doesn't
Yeah,
happen every single time, but like most of the time, we all have the same kind of likes and dislikes. So
Don't
Yeah.
watch Red Notice. Stay
Uh,
away.
we actually attempted that before we saw all your shit. So we watched like I think 15 or 20 minutes, then we shut it off.
You tapped out after 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You guys actually did like a watch party, right, or something like that.
Yeah, with Samurai. Ooh,
That's got to be brutal.
yeah. Kevin was
Oh,
like,
man.
I am so sorry, guys, because he picked it. He's like killing himself, man. It's not your fault. It's not your fault the movie sucks.
Oh God.
Yeah.
You should have seen. You guys saw the picture, right? You saw a picture of them of what they thought about it, right?
Oh yeah.
I don't know if Gojira saw it, but they're all like this.
But it is deep. The whole time.
I would have been like this. I would have been like that.
I would have been like, give me a rope and I'll just hang myself right now.
It's like, man, The Rock
yeah,
looked
man.
drunk the whole time.
That's crazy, man.
Omni Blast is like, oh, he looks like he's been drinking his tequila.
Or his energy drink.
And the sad thing is, who would have thought a film with those three main actors would like sucked? Like you just wouldn't expect it.
Mhm. He's
I
like-
wouldn't even watch it. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Phil.
No, I was just saying it's fun to just to rip on those movies, man. It was fun, with Samurai and the movie Dojo Army, just talking crap about it through the whole viewing. We should do the same. Yeah.
If you want to do that, we should all. Well, no, I won't put you through that torture. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop. Yeah.
Oh, I haven't seen it either.
If you haven't fully seen the whole anime, dude, don't watch the.
Okay.
I've never
Don't
seen
watch
it. My wife
Yeah.
has, but she says she won't watch anything that's out now.
Yeah, dude, I try to like it, man. I tried to really like it, man. But like I said, I tapped out. I was gonna tap out after 3 episodes, but then I just said, "Now you know what? I'm gonna finish it." And then then I said, "Yeah, it's man, dude. We don't."
So let me guess. Is it the writing? The story?
It's the writing. It's the writing and what they added to it.
And what they did to the characters.
And what they did to the characters.
Hmm.
What we need to
Some-
do is get together with Samurai and Lady Fatblood and pretend that we're going to debut like a new Godzilla feature, like that she doesn't know about, and then actually make it Avatar.
Oh, she's gonna kill each one of us.
Yeah, dude.
Oh, especially me.
She's gonna be like, yeah, dude. She won't even. Dude, she won't even. She'll just walk out.
She would,
Yeah.
Walk out.
she would throw the
Yeah.
popcorn at the screen and be gone.
Yeah. And then block all of us.
She's like, I'm done with you all.
It's like DJ
Yeah.
Davis, that's it.
Yeah, everyone's going to point the finger at me. It's his
Yeah,
idea.
DJ, yeah, DJ Davis, that's it. You crossed the line with this. Hey, by the way, Avatar 2 is coming out this year.
Oh, is it supposed to be this year now?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
What? What's coming out? What's coming out?
Avatar 2, the sequel.
There's a sequel? There's a sequel?
Yeah.
Apparently.
I thought there was supposed to be a sequel. I thought there was supposed to be a sequel.
They have 5 sequels listed for Avatar.
You said 5?
They have 5 listed. They have 5 on the docket. I guess we're getting the first sequel, so there'll be 4 more of them.
Oh my God! It's not gonna stop at 3. They're gonna go to 5.
On IMDb, they're all like Avatar 2, Avatar 3, the blah blah, Avatar 4, the other blah blah. It's like, yeah, it keeps going.
I love the blah blah. I gotta watch that. Yeah. Hey, Anubis, I think we found our watch party right there.
There you go.
Oh my lord!
We're gonna sneak her in, say it's something really good, and hit her with the rough one. Here's Avatar 3, blah blah blah. Enjoy.
I'm waiting for this one. Avatar 5, Abadi Dabu Da.
Oh, shit.
I need
I don't know.
fucking Adam Sandler to read that subtitle for us, though.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, dude. I don't know. I mean, there's so many other movies that like had just sucked, dude. This year, it's like shit, dude. Like, I don't remember the only movie I remember that is so bad that I remember since I was young and even to this day was the Garbage Pail Kids movie.
Oh no, no.
None of you guys not.
We're killing Gojira tonight, dude. I broke his heart like twice tonight.
No, that's not a movie. That's torture. That was like created by like a government or something to like hurt someone or somewhere. I don't even think of a good thing to think about that movie.
See, I can't even figure out what my worst movie is because over the years, like I've watched so many bad movies that I don't even know if I could rank them. Like there's just some really bad shit out there. And then there's other stuff that's like so bad it's good. So then you have to kind of weed those out into their own little genre.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't think of anything that was like so god awful. I'm trying to think.
I got one for you guys. Speed 2. Fuck you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was
What
pretty
the
bad.
fuck? Get the fuck
That
out of
even
here.
had your boy in it from Lost Boys, right?
Yeah. I know, man. I know.
Jason
I
Patrick.
was so disappointed.
Willem
Oh,
Dafoe,
man.
bunch of leeches.
Jeez, man.
Funny as hell.
Which one?
Which one? What year was that?
Willem Dafoe with a bunch of leeches. Remember he was the bad guy in Speed 2?
Oh yeah, that's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
Damn, I forgot he was in that. I bet he was in it too.
I just try to delete it from my memories, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
It's like so bad. It's like so bad. He's such a good actor. You don't even remember that he was in it.
Right.
I know. Hey man, you need to watch Spider-Man though, guys. Like
That was good.
He killed it.
I saw it 5 times on 5 different dates, and I fell asleep 5 different times. Is Titanic.
Well, that is a very long.
Whatever, man. You were crying. I know it.
Why'd you see it 5 times? That's a long ass movie.
5 different dates, man.
You go, boy.
They all took the same damn movie.
Yeah.
Damn, bro. So you probably memorized that motherfucking movie then.
Yep.
I'm on top of the world. Oh, I felt
Lone Wolf
That's
Camp.
crazy, bro.
Mm,
Yeah,
Damn, bro.
Yeah, 5 different times, 5 different dates, fell asleep 5
5
different
times. It was like 3-hour
Damn,
movie.
dude, you
What
couldn't
a
convince me to
3-hour
take
movie?
you anything else?
That was a 3-hour movie, right?
Not for them.
Yeah, it's long, man.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah,
long ass
bro.
movie. I remember it was
3 hour
like-
movies to tell you about a boat that sinks. I mean, come on.
Did any of them put out at least to make you go through that shit?
Yes, of course.
He did the popcorn maneuver. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, D's got it right.
Yeah.
Want some butter on that shit?
But you gotta be at the corner though. You gotta be at the way corner, man, so nobody sees you. So there's no shadow. That's what you got. You gotta be way at the corners, man.
You think Lone Wolf cares, dude? He don't give a fuck.
Lone Wolf goes by his own rules.
You throwing the horns at Titanic movie?
Yeah, it is.
You are crazy.
Oh my god!
Don't ever change.
Oh jeez.
That's crazy, man.
So, Century, you got one? Worst movie?
Oh shit! Besides Garbage Pail Kids, fuck, I can't think of anything worse than that.
Mac and Me.
Yeah, that's a Sumo's favorite movie, man.
Trolls 2.
Oh, Troll 2 is bad, dude.
And now they're going to eat me. Oh my god. Yeah.
Real bad movie. A real bad movie. Well, yeah, Mac and Me was. But I mean, like, I don't know. I can't think of one. Shit, dude. There's a lot of fucking bad movies.
There is.
Yeah.
Fuck. That's another hard ass question. I can't think right now. What about you, Anubis?
No, in fact, it's kind of funny because you guys were talking about all the movies from this past year, and I'm like, man, it really wasn't. I mean, there were some okay movies, but I didn't really find anything. Like, even when I put out my top 10 list, Godzilla is still the best one. G versus K, because and I know that's not saying a lot because that movie is not a lot of plot, but there just wasn't a lot of stuff out that I liked that much. Other than that, that's really sad.
Anubis, did you watch Spider-Man?
Yes, this year for Spider-Man, that one's a great movie.
So I think, did you, Gojira? You saw Spider-Man?
Oh yeah.
Lone Wolf and Century hasn't watched it, so we can't really talk
Oh
about it.
man.
What?
Yeah, go find a Wolf. Go find a date and take her to that.
Yeah.
I know, right?
5 times. Go 5
times.
Shoot, freaking out, Charlie, like, you want to see my web shooter?
You got jokes. Yeah, you guys
but nowadays just girls would be like, oh no, it's sexual harassment.
Now the problem for Wolf will be that instead of him falling asleep, she'll fall asleep.
Yep.
Ooh, that's true, right?
There was legit adults crying in the theater when I went and saw Spider-Man.
What?
Like,
Well, almost.
Dude, I'm telling you, that shit, it pulls up the heartstrings, dude. It does.
Hey, Gojira, I was trying to suck back my tears, so my date doesn't see it.
Inverted tear. Inverted tear.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. Exactly. Nothing wrong with that. Show your emotions.
My battery, guys, is down to like 2%, dude. So I'm thinking we're gonna have to call it, man, because I don't want to just freaking. I don't want to just you guys freaking disappear and everything like that.
All
right, bro.
All right, we got to buy a charger.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's charged still, but I'm still charging it, but it's I don't know why it's taking it because it's the stream and it's through I guess because it's through Messenger, so it's draining my battery for some reason. I don't know why. I have it plugged in and everything, but it's still draining it.
It's all good, man. No worries.
But what do you call it? But yeah, man. But guys, like I said, thank you guys for joining. Even though it was late, Nubis, Lone Wolf, Film Fanatic, but I'm glad, Gojira, man, thanks for taking one for the team, bro. So hopefully, maybe if you do a rewatch on Iron Blooded Orphans, you might be more, you might get something better out of it. But yeah, man. So everybody who was watching, I know everybody's gone, but the replay value is always good on StreamYard, guys. So thank you guys for joining the Sci-Fi Society Volume 6. There will be more down in the future. Don't be ready for consensus. Be ready for Sci-Fi Society Volume 7. So this is Sci-Fi Century, the Sci-Fi Society. We always keep it fucking raw and real. So peace out, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Don't hang up yet, guys. Hold on.